Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! End of the war. Fourth Great Shinobi War. Somewhere on the battlefield. Well, Naruto, are you going to tell me again that I chose the wrong path, that you will return me to Konoha, that you will keep some ridiculous promise? He said all this with mockery and contempt not only for me, but, as it seemed to me, for the whole world. No, Sasuke, we will start fighting right away. Have you realized that you won't be able to convince me? No, I just realized that we can only explain ourselves in a normal way in battle. And we started to fight. I had not yet fully recovered from defeating Madara. I had a lot of wounds and did not have the chakra reserve that I had before the start of the battle. Although it was very difficult, I still somehow managed to fight on par with him. We fought long enough and were at the limit of our capabilities, and Sasuke decided, as it seemed to him then, to end everything at once. He used the last and most powerful technique of Manjikyu, Sharingan, Susanoo. Since I was at the limit, I simply did not know what to do, but help suddenly came to me, and this help came from someone from whom I had never received it. I was waiting, from Itachi. A memory immediately popped into my head. Flashback. What will you do if Sasuke attacks Konoha? He will never do this. He's not like you. You think like a child. Sometimes a shinobi must make difficult decisions. Sasuke's soul is like a blank slate, and anyone can paint it any color. I will give you part of my power in case Sasuke does attack the village. End flashback. Literally every cell in my body was on fire. Sasuke, seeing that something was wrong with me, stopped, not understanding what was happening, and in the meantime, a Susanoo appeared around me. Sasuke's face immediately showed anger, surprise, and constant contempt. Where? He shouted and rushed at me. And we fought again. We were equal, but at some point I realized that I couldn't defeat him this way, and I decided to take a risk. I began to add the chakra of the Nine Tails to the Susanoo. My Susanoo immediately increased in size and began to take on a different shape. Sasuke, seeing all this, just stood there, not understanding what was happening here. I still couldn't put a lot of chakra into it, because I was at the limit, just like Sasuke. We realized this at the same time, and just as simultaneously we rushed into the final, decisive attack. We stood opposite each other. We didn't have a drop of chakra, but he couldn't hurt me, and I managed to seriously wound him. He could barely stand on his feet, but still did not want to give in to me. I was about to approach him, but suddenly Kabuto appeared from behind and pierced him with Kusunagi's blade. Naruto-kun, thank you for defeating Sasuke. I won't have to deal with this myself. The last Uchiha will be an excellent subject for experiments. Rage and endless hatred boiled inside me. I don't remember how I entered Sage mode. I only remember that I really wanted to kill this bespectacled bastard. After creating many shadow clones, I ran up to Sasuke. He was still alive. Naruto, forgive me, and please tell everyone that I asked for their forgiveness for everything I did. Don't say anything. Now I'll take you to Sakura and she'll cure you. Just hold on. But both he and I understood perfectly well that I wouldn't have time. No need, Naruto, everything is as it should be. You always wanted to help me, even though you were always an incredible idiot, you were still my best friend. After these words, Sasuke's heart stopped, and the Uchiha clan ceased to exist. A cry full of sadness burst out of my chest, incredible rage and endless hatred, like the universe itself, knew. Sasuke. I carefully placed him on the ground and, with tears in my eyes, went to kill Kabuto. Kabuto only defended himself. He laughed at me, saying that I wouldn't change anything. I didn't care about his words, I just wanted to tear him to shreds. Suddenly he abruptly jumped away from me and began to fold seals unknown to me, and, having folded them, began to use the moving technique. Without hesitation, I ran towards him and was able to grab onto him. And at the same moment, where we were standing, a huge lightning struck, destroying everything within a radius of 200 meters, leaving behind a huge crater. General Hatake Kakashi and the army he commanded were on alert, but they had not seen the enemy for almost an hour. There was not even a hint of his presence. The man had a bad feeling. It seemed to him that something terrible would happen, and he really didn't like it. Kakashi gave the order to contact headquarters and find out the situation with the other armies that were nearby, and began to wait. It was at that moment that it was much more intense than ever in his life. It seemed that even the wind was holding its breath, waiting for news. Finally, 5 minutes later they came to him with a report from headquarters. "General, there is complete calm on all fronts," the young shinobi began the report. "Any suggestions why the enemy does not take any actions?" Hatake interrupted him. "The headquarters believes that this is connected with the destruction of Uchiha Madara." "What? Madara killed? But who could defeat him?" the general asked the messenger, shocked by the news. "The report says that he was killed by Naruto Uzumaki and Killer Bee. But it was Naruto-san who dealt the decisive blow." "Incredible. He did it. Naruto is truly the most unpredictable shinobi in the world, and now also one of the strongest ninjas in history." "Hey, Kakashi-sensei." A well-known, loud voice was heard. The general turned around and saw his student, who was enveloped in light orange chakra. "How are you here? Everything is fine?" "Yes." "What kind of cover is this?" Kakashi asked, looking a little suspiciously at the blonde's body. "I was able to subdue the 9 tails, and this is what I look like when I use his chakra. Isn't that cool? I also became fast, almost as fast as my father." "Incredible. Who would have said 3 years ago that the worst student at the academy would become so strong? His work and perseverance are amazing," the jounin thought, ruffling his hair. "So you really defeated Madara?" "Yeah," Uzumaki nodded joyfully, "but it was incredibly difficult. This bastard got a Rinnegan from somewhere. And even the Kyuubi's chakra doesn't help with wounds." Hatake smiled slightly and shook his head. Despite everything his student had done, he had not changed at all. Remained as noisy and honest. The union of Naruto and the demon within him defeated the combination of the Sharingan and Rinnegan. Worthy of the son of Minato and the student of Lord Jiraiya. It was difficult, but Killer Bee helped me a lot. Although I had the last word. Uzumaki continued to broadcast, actively gesturing with his hands. "You did great, Naruto," the general remarked. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Okay, now I have to go. We must end this war," said the shinobi and turned his back to the man. "And where are you going?" "For Sasuke, of course. It's high time to drag him to Konoha and beat the crap out of him." "You might need help," Hatake frowned with one eye. He did not approve of this strange desire to return the Uchiha to the village, but is it possible to convince this restless young man? "I can handle it myself," Naruto said in a firm voice, with confidence ringing through him. "It's up to both of us to decide." The guy jumped forward and rushed towards his goal. The wind whistled in his ears, humming his song, and suddenly Kakashi's words reached the Uzumaki's ears. "Be careful, Naruto." "Of course, sensei." Hatake sighed and turned to his shinobi, who were taking a break from fighting. "Those of you who are healthy and ready to fight, gather in a reconnaissance detachment," ordered the general. It's time for us to find out what our enemy is up to. The Jonin saw in the distance a huge lightning bolt that struck the ground, and trees that began to fall from an incomprehensible force. Team, follow me, Kakashi waved his hand and hurried to his place. The shinobi obediently rushed after him, trying to keep up with their leader. In the clearing there was a huge black crater, at the bottom of which some kind of weapon gleamed. The man took a closer look and recognized it as a katana. What happened here? He asked himself and frowned, taking out a kunai. You always need to be prepared for the enemy to throw the cold steel of a shuriken at you. General, we found a corpse not far from here. The shinobi's voice pulled Kakashi out of his thoughts. The Jonin immediately hid his weapon and quickly hurried to his subordinate. If only it wasn't him. If only not. Sasuke, escaped the general's lips. It turns out that Naruto decided everything this way. Do you know him, Kakashi-sama? Asked a thin guy with big eyes. Of course. Meet Uchiha Sasuke. What? Can't be. That same traitor, the last member of the great clan. Who killed him, General? Kakashi sighed and exhaled an order for the shinobi sensors. Scan the area and look for Uzumaki Naruto. Immediately. We are lucky that he came to us. They were able to remember his chakra. But why? You wanted him back. You promised to return him, Hatake wondered, looking at one point and waiting for the result. This time we didn't have to wait long. General, the trace of Uzumaki-san's chakra ends in the center of the vortex. We also discovered another crater with traces of chakra from an unknown shinobi. So, there was a difficult battle here, and Naruto could have died. What will be the orders, General? The man absent-mindedly asked the team, not hearing their words. Should we continue to look for traces of Naruto? Yes. Also inform headquarters about what happened. Yes, the Jonin's subordinates nodded and hurried to carry out the order. A fragile boy with an envelope in his hands was rushing along the dusty road, raising particles into the air. He breathed heavily as he continued to run, because he had very important news for the fifth Hokage. The boy deftly climbed the stairs and, without knocking, entered the room where the rulers of all the hidden villages sat. Lady Hokage, urgent message from Hatake Kakashi, the messenger breathed. I'm listening, Tsunade said sternly, resting her chin on her folded palms. He and several other shinobi went to the site of a strange explosion. There they found the body of Uchiha Sasuke, a traitor to Konoha. Senju sighed and then slammed her fist on the table in anger, causing small cracks to appear on it. Who did it? The woman almost shouted, looking sternly at the boy. General Kakashi thinks it could be Uzumaki Naruto, the messenger stammered in fear. For a moment, silence reigned in the room, interrupted only by the sounds of the Kage of the village's breathing. Then the slightly mocking voice of the Raikage was heard. Don't put your finger in the little guy's mouth, he remarked. First Madara, now Sasuke. And so they killed the entire Uchiha clan. This idiot manages to do strange things while remaining a genin, Shikamaru muttered, plunging all the heads of the villages, except Tsunade, into complete shock. Genin? Asked the Mizukage. And you, it turns out, are cunning, princess. Senju just waved her hand irritably in response. Where is Naruto now? The report says that he could have died, Lady Tsunade. It can't be, the woman said quietly, shaking her head. This restless one definitely couldn't die, Nara curled his lips. This is Naruto. He's always too problematic. He also reported that his squad had discovered another trace of chakra. The search for Naruto continues, don't worry. Thank you, you can be free, nodded Five, blinking away the tears that had involuntarily come, as another messenger flew into the headquarters. Urgent report. Killer Bee destroyed the real Zetsu herself. All the clones began to die. It is also reported that the technique of summoning the dead has been dispelled. All the summoned shinobi simply scattered, he blurted out in one breath. Finally, at least one piece of good news. I think I'll express the general opinion by saying that we actually won this war, the Reikage noted. But at what cost was it given to us? Tsunade said in the same sad voice. Tsunade-sama, almost all the wounded have been taken to their settlements. Now they will be looked after by doctors from their villages. We and the heads of each of the villages also gave the order to withdraw troops to their homeland. Preparations for departure have already begun. We will be ready to set out in 6 hours, Haruno reported, looking at her teacher with eyes swollen from tears. Thank you, Sakura. Anything else? I wanted to ask if there is any news about Naruto. The girl asked hopefully. There had been no news from her friend for 2 days, and the kunoichi began to seriously worry about him. Where is Naruto? What's wrong with him? Nobody knew this, unfortunately. Nothing yet. 3 teams led by Kakashi continue their search. Let's hope he is found. Without thinking twice, I ran towards Kabuto and was able to grab onto him. And at the same moment, a huge lightning struck where we were standing, destroying everything around, leaving behind a huge crater. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my left hand, covering everything except my wrist. I'm finished, suddenly flashed through my head, but fate, or the gods, or whoever else was there, decided that it was too early for me to go upstairs to my mother and father. Opening my eyes, I realized that I was in a completely unfamiliar place. And this place was nothing like where I fought with Kabuto a couple of seconds ago. Transportation technique, it dawned on me, but I didn't really have time to finish my thought when I heard someone's voice. Naruto-kun, you still survived. And I was so hoping that you would die from electronic destruction technology. I'll have to get my hands dirty on you a little more. The rage boiled inside me even more. This disgusting, vile guy didn't even think about giving up, although he was exhausted. The awakening of the dead affected his condition. Kabuto. The two of us had little chakra, although I didn't think about it at the time. We fought for a long time, so long that I lost track of time. A day, 2, or maybe just 5 minutes. The wounds from his weapon, soaked in poison, and from the techniques caused pain throughout my body, but I was able to inflict more serious injury. Kabuto's hand lay on the ground, leaving his master to fight without it. I realized that I could no longer fight, so I decided to invest my remaining meager reserves of strength in the last attack. My opponent was also aware of this. See you later, Naruto-kun, he said, dissolving into the air like a mirage. Damn. Coward. I didn't have the strength to do anything, but I got up and walked along the shore of the huge lake where Kabuto took me. A cold wind was blowing, the air was thickening with the approaching dusk, and it began to seem to me that the path would be endless. But finally, the roofs of houses appeared ahead. Thank God, Databeo. I continued walking towards the village. When I got there, I knocked on the nearest door. A pretty girl with blonde hair and mischievous eyes opened the door for me. She looked at me in surprise and opened her mouth in amazement. Her lips moved, but I didn't hear the words. Everything quickly darkened before my eyes. That's all. I woke up from the delicious smell in the air and from the pain in my body. Where am I? What happened with me? Flashed through my head, when suddenly I heard the sound of someone's steps. Finally woke up. A girl's voice rang joyfully above me, and I remembered a face unfamiliar to me. Where? I croaked, but I was interrupted by a long story about what happened during the time that I was unconscious. 6 days, then? Yeah, the girl nodded, finishing the story. It's all because of the poison, but I was able to neutralize it, so everything is fine. By the way, my name is Ani. I'm Naruto. Thank you, of course, but I have to go, and... What are you doing? I can't let you go anywhere. You won't go earlier than in a week and a half, Annie snapped. But I urgently need to go home. I exclaimed. Nothing fit in my head. How so? Can't go to Konoha? I do not know anything. If you set off now, there is a high probability that you will not survive, the girl said calmly. I'll bring you food. Damn, what is this? Huh? I was defeated by some petty coward. In the village everyone is waiting for the return of their hero, and he lies in some girl's house? This is not cool at all, I thought, and didn't even notice how Annie left. A week has passed. A monstrously long, boring and waiting week that seemed like an eternity to me. Of course, everything was not so bad, because the girl who saved me from death, her family and even her friends often came to see me, but my heart yearned to go home, to Konoha, to my small room. Finally, Annie removed my bandages, and I set off. I'll come see you again, I promise. Good luck, Naruto-kun. In the shade of the trees stood a huge gate, the doors of which were wide open. The road led to the Hidden Leaf Village, and 2 shinobi always sat near it, keeping an eye on those who entered Konoha. Today is Naruto's funeral, Izuma noted in a quiet voice, leaning his elbows on the wooden table. I know, Kotetsu sighed. I feel sorry for the guy. He did so much during the war. Yes. They will come from all the hidden villages. We'll have more work to do. Their conversation surprised me. Funeral? This couldn't happen. It couldn't. How was the funeral? I squeezed out, approaching Izuma and Kotetsu. Silence reigned. They looked at me with wide eyes, as if they could not believe that I was still alive and almost unharmed. Naruto? It cannot be. Where have you been? We all thought we were dead. Your funeral began 5 minutes ago. What? How did you even think that, Dadabayo? I asked and ran as fast as I could to the village. This can't happen. It's okay, now everyone will know that I'm alive. He's dead, really, I thought angrily. Loud words sounded in the air, becoming clearer and clearer with each passing second. He was a great friend and a wonderful shinobi who saved our village from pain, saved everyone present here from Madara. Here the voice fell silent, and I recognized it as the voice of Grandma Tsunade. I would like to see him in his place, but this will not happen. And I regret it. I knew it. I shouted deliberately cheerfully. Still, I'm a great shinobi, no matter how you look at it. Everyone who stood nearby turned sharply at my voice and was dumbfounded. Someone looked at me in shock, some especially impressionable ones fainted, and the rest reached for weapons. Seeing this, I regretted interjecting my comment. But the smile still remained on my face. Naruto, have you come to watch your funeral? Sai suddenly said, looking calmly at me. It was like some strange dream. They looked at me with surprise, amazement and suspicion, as if they were afraid that I would turn out to be someone else. I heard someone stomping behind me, and the next moment I realized that it was Izuma and Kotetsu. Calm down, he's real. I understand that this is hard to believe, but it's true, Naruto. We wouldn't let an imposter into Konoha. The crowd began to make noise and buzz. Some put their kunai away in their bags, but most still studied me warily. People, don't worry, everything is fine, I just fell into Kabuto's moving technique and, I started to speak, but they didn't let me. Don't worry, you say? An excited and angry voice was heard. Do not worry. The shinobi stepped aside a little, and I was able to see Sakura. She was not in this state even at the funeral of Old Man Third. Everyone, after you were declared dead, they couldn't find a place for themselves. I have no tears left to mourn your death and you tell me not to worry? It was as if I had been hit on the head. I noticed reddened eyes, swollen eyelids, pale skin, and bitten lips. We all thought we had lost you forever. Sakura was already standing opposite me and glaring furiously at me. I'm finished, I had time to think before her hand rose. But there was no blow. She hugged me and, burying her face in my shoulder, silently sobbed. I was sure that she knew about Sasuke's death, and I thought that she would hate me for the rest of her life. I didn't keep my promise. I blamed myself. I hated myself. Are you here? It's good that you're here, she whispered, her whole body trembling. I wouldn't have survived your death. I need you so much now. I'm sorry, that was the only thing that came to my mind. It's definitely him. Naruto is back. Screams suddenly broke the silence. Shinobi rushed towards us, trying to say something, touch or just be closer. Tell me, what happened? Shikamaru's question. I sighed and began to speak. About the battle with Madara, about the death of Sasuke, about the fight with Kabuto, about my long journey and wounds, about Ani and her friends. Granny Tsunade frowned at what she heard and gently pushed a couple of people away with her hand. She touched Sakura's shoulder. Mistress Tsunade, she stammered. It's time for us to go to the office, Granny said confidently. Go to the hospital. Sakura nodded and pulled away from me. This is the return home, I thought somehow sadly and trudged after Tsunade. The situation became tense. The news that Kabuto was alive shocked everyone. Hell, he might threaten the 5 great nations again in the future. His resurrection technique is extremely dangerous for us, Fifth was seriously alarmed. It will take him time to regain his strength, noted teacher Kakashi. However, Kabuto remains a threat, especially since he has experience. His next actions will be planned much more carefully, Gaara fully shared the worries of Grandma Tsunade. This coward will lick his wounds for now, and if he sticks out, then this time I will tear off not only his arm, but also all other parts of his body. I entered. Yo, I support you, because you dealt with Madara as a joke. Just let this bespectacled fool show his face, we'll tear him to pieces, that's it. Killer Bee completely shared my point of view, and we punched each other. You're both too self-confident. Kabuto understands this very well, Nara noted, looking at us with an expression that expressed that he really didn't want to be here. Tsunade sighed and closed her eyes tiredly. Let's postpone the decision on this issue. Today we must celebrate the return of Naruto, because it's not every day that you return from the other world. After a couple of days, everyone knew that I was alive and well, and everything seemed to be getting better. But I never saw Sakura again. I still considered myself guilty for Sasuke's death and therefore for a very long time I could not decide on this difficult conversation for me and Sakura. But I had to do it. I should have apologized to her for this fool. It didn't take long to find Sakura. She was sitting in her office with Sai and Shikamaru, who were trying to stir up my friend. But she only sluggishly waved them away. It looks like everything is worse than I thought. Guys, could you leave us? I want to talk to Sakura. They nodded silently and hurried away. As soon as they left, I walked up to her and started talking. Sakura-chan, I came to apologize for not keeping my promise and not returning Sasuke. She looked at me in surprise, clearly not knowing what to say. Before his death, he asked to say that he asked everyone for forgiveness for everything he had done. Finally, Sakura was able to pull herself together. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. It is not your fault. Sasuke himself chose the path of hatred, realizing that it only leads to death. There was sincere sadness in his voice, but relief gradually appeared on his face. But thank you. You conveyed his last words. Even if Sasuke were alive, you would hardly be able to bring him back. But I was there, I fought with him. I could have prevented his death. I felt very bad at heart. I felt guilty for not being able to help my friend. I felt guilty for Sakura, for not keeping the promise I once made to her. Don't blame yourself, Naruto. Not worth it. If this makes you feel better, then know that I don't blame you. These words made me feel a little better. But just a little. Forgive me, Sakura-chan. About 6 months have passed since the end of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Konoha was quickly recovering, and recently the Konoha ninjas began missions again. Some of my friends were elevated to the rank of Jonin for their excellent mastery of the shinobi arts, which they showed in battle, for their courage and devotion to our village. I also received this title, and it seemed to me that everything would soon become the same as it was before. But after celebrating the promotions, when we were all drunk on sake and could only look at the world wearily, Kiba suddenly said, "I'll never forget." And almost immediately we began to remember the war. Some had sad stories about encounters with enemies, some had funny memories of losing weapons, and some tried to release the pain of dying in the medic's tent. But then it became clear to me that nothing would return. We could only try to improve our lives. And we tried. Each of us worked to the limit of our strength and capabilities, tried to become stronger, heal a friend, go on a mission and survive, and I constantly tormented myself. First, guilt over Sasuke's death, and then from the realization that there was emptiness in me. I didn't know what to do or how to live. For 3 years I searched for my best friend, hoping to bring him back, but he died. All my life I dreamed of becoming Hokage, but I didn't know how. I thought about this all the time on missions, at home, wherever I was, these thoughts were always there. Time passed, and finally I decided to talk to Teacher Kakashi. He always gave useful advice. You could trust him with your doubts. He, as usual, was reading a vulgar story written by the perverted hermit. I never understood what was wrong with them, but I preferred not to argue. "Hello, Kakashi-sensei," I began, walking towards him. "Could you help me with one question?" He reluctantly looked up from his book and looked at me with one eye. The other, as always, was hidden under the protector. "And what worries you?" I sighed and began to speak. The teacher put the volume down and nodded, looked and listened carefully, delving into my every word. It was probably force of habit. Shinobi get used to listening carefully to the enemy, kage or friend. I understand what you are talking about, but you already have and always have had a goal in life. You don't know how to achieve this. You need to find the path to achieve this goal yourself. It will be difficult, it may take a lot of time, but I am confident that you can handle it. Thank you, teacher. You helped me a lot. My soul felt a little lighter, but there were still a lot of questions, and I went to where I could calmly think, on the stone faces of the previous Hokages. A cold wind was blowing, the evening sky was darkening overhead, and the sun was gradually setting below the horizon, and I sat on my father's face and thought. I thought about the present, dreamed about the future, remembered the past. Sasuke, Sakura, Teacher Irika, Teacher Kakashi, Kiba, Shikamaru, Lee, Gaara, perverted hermit. If you don't know which path to choose, just go forward, he told me one day. And then an idea appeared. Like a light, she appeared before me, and I almost screamed with joy. But there were obstacles on my way that needed to be overcome, and I began to think about how to cleverly get around them. Half an hour later, when it became a little darker, I already had a plan ready. All that remained was to meet with my grandmother and get her permission, so I stood up and jumped off the cliff onto the ledge, heading towards the residence. Everything there was unchanged, only the stack of papers on the table was larger, and empty sake bottles stood near the table. "Grandma, we need to talk." "Naruto, how many times have I told you not to call me grandma?" She clenched her fists and looked at me sternly. Shizen winced and rolled her eyes, looking at the ceiling. "Sorry, but I need to talk to you alone," I said with a serious look. The fifth immediately became serious and, sighing, waved her hand towards the door. Her assistant understood everything without words and quickly left the office. How strange, I thought and immediately blurted out. I need to go on an open-ended mission to capture Kabuto. Granny looked at me in surprise and immediately choked on her tea. The mug in her hand shook and drops fell onto the sheets of paper. What? Are you crazy? Naruto? I can't let you do that. I doubt that you have decided to choose the path of revenge for yourself, but if it's because of her, then No, you didn't understand me, I began to explain, I just need to go on a journey. But so that this would not be a waste of time, I decided to go after Kabuto. But what did you need to travel for? Still not understanding, the Hokage asked me. I need to find my way to the goal. Granny sighed and put the cup of tea on the table, then looked at me intently. I need to become a great Hokage, and if you don't let me go, then I'll leave on my own. What should we do with you? She said thoughtfully and suddenly waved her hand. Okay, you leave me no choice. You can go, Naruto. Don't tell anyone about this, otherwise they will follow me. I will give them a letter after I leave. Who else knows about your intentions? I will tell 2 more people, the teacher and the one to whom I give the letter. In response, Grandma just nodded and touched the cup of tea and returned to working with the documents. Leaving the Hokage residence, I went to pack my things to leave my home village at night. Having done this, I went to look for Kakashi. I couldn't help but say goodbye to him. You know, Naruto, when I talked about changes in life, I meant something less radical. I understand, but this is my choice. I decided so. It was difficult for me to realize that the next time I would be able to see him would not be soon. Kakashi nodded slightly. Does anyone else know? He asked. For now you and Granny Tsunade, but there will be one more. The teacher sighed and placed his hand on my head, ruffling my hair. Okay, try to come back to us unharmed, Naruto. I sighed and removed Kakashi's hand, smiled and waved my wrist in a farewell gesture. Of course, teacher. I said and went to the last person with whom I was going to leave a letter. I found Shikamaru in his favorite place, on the roof, where he looked at the clouds and yawned, with his arms outstretched. Hearing my steps, Nara sat down and looked tiredly into my eyes. Oh, it's you, he said indifferently. What do you want? I need to ask you something. I explained to him in a few words the reasons for leaving, told him what needed to be done, after which I rushed home to get my backpack, and then rushed to the gate. They let me through them without any problems. Apparently, Granny had already managed to warn the guards about my open-ended mission. I looked at Konoha for the last time, because now I won't see it very soon. So my journey began. Not far from the border of the country of fire. The country of fire was enveloped by a black bird night with a beautiful starry sky. Billions of stars shone with their unique, inimitable light. The forest froze, awaiting the onset of morning and the appearance of the first morning breeze. The silence was broken only by the sounds of nocturnal animals and the voices of shinobi going home. Oh, damn, this mission was a complete nightmare. I haven't been so exhausted for a long time. Ino complained. Yes, Ino, you're right, treating an epidemic is a terribly tedious task. The girl with pink hair, who, in fact, was me, agreed with her friend. And the worst thing is that this epidemic has begun. Knows where, even in the country of birds. It's a week's journey there. The blonde continued to be indignant. Ino, don't exaggerate, not a week, but 5 days. I objected. Oh, don't be smart, big-headed. What did you say, pork? Girls, calm down, we will be in Konoha closer to the morning, and there you can sort it out. Honestly, sometimes you are unbearable, worse than Naruto. Sai tried to reconcile us, but immediately regretted it, as he received it on the head from both of them. For what? I was just trying to make peace between you. Sai, you idiot. You don't know how to choose words at all. And how did you become my boyfriend? The fair-haired girl was angry with the artist. I can't imagine why I was so awarded. The Anbu root shinobi thought to himself. Speaking of Naruto, recently it was a year and a half since he went on a journey, Ino said in a slightly sad voice. Yes, and there's been no news about him lately, I added sadly. In the last few months, I remembered my friend more and more often and realized more clearly that I really miss him. An eternally cheerful, restless blonde, the hero of Konoha and the legend of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, who left me alone when he went on a journey. But over time, I stopped being angry and realized that I really missed this annoying blue-eyed blonde. I remember well the day when I found out that Naruto had left to wander for an indefinite period of time. This day will forever remain in my memory. Flashback. Sakura, Shikamaru is calling us, he has very important news, said a breathless Ino, who ran to my house. Something happened? I don't know, but Shikamaru is gathering our entire class. He says it's very urgent and it concerns you first of all. On the way to the meeting place, I wondered what could have happened and why it concerned me in the first place. Arriving at the meeting place, I saw that all our friends had gathered here, except Naruto, and were waiting for us. Great, everything is here. I think I can start now. Why did you gather us here so early, Shikamaru? What happened? Niji asked. I'm too lazy to do all this myself, but I have news for you. Naruto went on an open-ended mission to capture Kabuto. He asked me to read his message to all of you. There was ringing silence for a minute. What? This can't be true. He wouldn't leave without telling us anything. Is this some kind of joke? I shouted, not believing my ears. There's something wrong here. We must go after him. Lee supported me. And why am I not surprised? That's exactly why he didn't tell you anything. He didn't want anyone to follow him. Shikamaru interrupted us. How do you know? Maybe he was forced to do this. We must find out everything from the Hokage. Tenten joined the conversation. Calm down and let me tell you everything why I brought you here. After this it will become clearer to you how problematic this is. I talked to him before leaving, and he asked me to read this letter. So shut up and let me finish. Shikamaru raised his voice slightly, but it was enough for everyone to instantly fall silent. So, friends, I know that you are very angry with me, because you didn't say anything about your leaving. I had to do this because I knew you would never let me go alone. I went on a journey to find answers to questions that have been bothering me for a long time. I'll be back as soon as I figure everything out. I don't know when this will happen, but I will try to sort everything out as soon as possible. I understand if you are angry, so I ask for your forgiveness. Especially Sakura. Forgive me for that I left you alone at this difficult time, but I simply could not do otherwise. I hope that everyone, and especially Sakura, can forgive me for this act. I will miss you. Your future Hokage. Shikamaru finished reading. After that, some went to Tsunade to learn more about everything. I, in a state of deep shock, went to the place where Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei first gathered. I couldn't believe that Naruto was gone, or rather, I didn't want to believe it. Besides, he didn't tell anyone except the Hokage and Shikamaru. This made it even more offensive. Hey, Sakura, hello. I see you already found out about Naruto's departure. I turned around and saw my teacher, Kakashi-sensei. As always, he was wearing a mask, with a protector over one eye and a vulgar book in his hands. Kakashi-sensei, do you already know? I spoke to him before he left. I see, that means he said goodbye to you, I said in an even more drooping voice. Well, sort of, yes. Sakura, don't blame him for this. He really needed to leave, he had his reasons. Which ones exactly? ask him when he returns. I'm not the one who should talk about it. And don't be offended by him for not saying goodbye to you. It was incredibly difficult for him to do this, but he simply couldn't do it any other way. I understand, but it still doesn't make me feel any better. I didn't want him to leave either, but it's his choice, and we can't stop him. For the last few years he has lived by doing everything for others. I think we can at least let him do something for himself for once. What do you think? After thinking a little about the sensei's words and remembering the past, I realized that he was right. But Naruto has done a lot for me over the years. I just had no right to be angry with him for this. But it was still bad, because now it is not known when I will see him again or whether I will see him at all. The end of flashback. During these 1.5 years, I managed to change both externally and internally. Finally, I stopped being tormented by Sasuke, angry at Naruto. I had a goal, to become the best medic in Konoha. Outwardly, well, it's hard for me to judge. However, if you believe the remarks from the outside, I became more feminine and was almost as voluptuous as my friend Ino. I now wore my hair in a ponytail more often. My wardrobe has also changed a bit. Now I mostly wore a tight-fitting scarlet short-sleeved cardigan and a black skirt with red accents on the sides. Let's speed up, I suggested, shaking my head. I am for it. Ino immediately supported me. We walked along a small path in the thicket of the forest. Despite the fact that the gray night enveloped us in its blanket, it was quite light. Where are we going, shinobi? Came from behind. We turned around sharply and saw 5 armed men. How did they get to us? We didn't even feel them. Sai hissed quietly. We are here. Now it came from the direction we were going. There were 7 more people standing there with weapons. Damn, we're in a vice. Ino squeaked quietly. They attacked the wrong people. I answered her and hit the ground, concentrating chakra in my fist and directing the blow to where 5 enemies stood. Sai and Ino began to deal with the others behind me. Kunai with explosive seals and shurikens flew at us, but we confidently dodged the attacks and dealt with one enemy after another. We managed it quickly enough, but we had to spend a lot of chakra. Not bad, very good, came from somewhere above. Can you stand against me? Another healthy guy with a ragged scar on his cheek jumped from the tree. Apparently, the leader. No problem. Ino shouted to him. Great. Wind style, air blades. We barely managed to jump onto the trees, but Ino was still hit quite hard. She had not yet landed, and the guy had already begun to make new seals. Got it. Lightning style, shock wave. We were electrocuted and fell, hitting the ground hard. I somehow got up and got into a fighting stance. Sai created several of his drawn animals, distracting attention. Ino threw kunai at the enemy, not allowing him to concentrate on one, and I got closer and hit the ground again. The earth's crust heaved up and began to break, turning huge layers inside out. I looked around, but didn't see the enemy anywhere. Wind style, hurricane flow. Came from above, and the 3 of us were simply swept away by a monstrous flow of air. We ended our inglorious flight near the trees, which we hit with force. A sharp flash of pain in the back of my head brought tears to my eyes. We tried to get up, but the leader again used the lightning elemental technique. Ino was unconscious. I was also on the verge of passing out, but Sai, apparently, was even more stubborn than us, which is almost impossible, and by some miracle he was able to get to his feet, but his appearance was no better than ours. Well, I won't torture you, but I'll finish you off right away. Lightning style, electronic blast. A panicked thought flashed through my head, we're finished. Wind style, hurricane barrier. Came from somewhere behind, and the lightning that should have killed us was reflected from a strong air flow. Oh, we have a new victim, maybe I'll play with you a little. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt from such a toy? The guy who came out from behind the trees asked mockingly, in a painfully familiar voice. His face was not visible, he was wearing a black cloak with a fiery pattern on the bottom. And you are self-confident. Lightning style, shock wave. Huh, you can't dodge, brat. You are dead. He hit the guy in a black cloak with an orange fire pattern. But, what, a shadow clone. Two more of the same guys jumped out from behind the trees, apparently one of them was a clone. Puppy. Yes, I will crush you with one blow. Wind style, air blades. Scar shouted, that's what I called him in my head, releasing sharp blades from the air. But they came across clones again. Stop hiding, coward. Who said that I was hiding? Combination. Styles of wind, water, lightning, vortex electronic tornado. This guy in a raincoat appeared a couple of meters behind, and a huge water-electric whirlwind flew from him, towards the one who attacked us. The leader was unable to dodge him, and he was swept away like a match. After that I passed out. A tall guy in a black cloak with a pattern of fire on the bottom and at the ends of the sleeves walked slowly along the forest path. He had a backpack over his shoulders and a large scroll hanging from his belt. From his side, sometimes small grins and remarks were heard, although no one was nearby. One would think that he was sick, that he had a split personality. In part, this was exactly so. In addition to his personality, there was another one in him. The first identity, his own, belonged to none other than Uzumaki Naruto, hero of Konoha and legend of the Fourth Great Shinobi War. But the second belonged to the formidable demon of Konoha, the nine-tailed fox. And at the moment they were talking to each other. Hey, Naruto, how long do we have to go? Otherwise, it's already boring to watch the forest landscape. Be patient and be glad that you can see him, and not the cage in which you were. Yeah, here, as they say, you can't argue, the demon answered with a sigh. Hey, can you feel it? The guy asked the fox. Are you talking about a bunch of different chakras? Yes, they are close. And it looks like this is a shinobi. I think some of these chakras are familiar to me. We should go check it out. Damn, it's because of your curiosity that we constantly get into trouble. The objection was noted, but ignored. Let's move out. Noticing the familiar pink hair, Uzumaki stopped in his tracks. A terrible guess flashed through my head, what if this is? Yes, that's right, it was Sakura. And next to her, Ino and Sai were fighting. Naruto rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was imagining things. Hey, Red. Did you see that? It's Sakura, Ino and Sai. Oh, your friend, flower girl and artist from ANBU Root. Interesting. I see they don't really need help. Listen, maybe we can even out the power by going after those guys? The demon joked. Talk to me again. Damn, I found time to joke. While the blue-eyed blonde argued with his inner self, his friends dealt with the attackers. But from somewhere from a tree a big man came down to them and, after a short dialogue, attacked his friends. It was immediately clear that he was much stronger than his previous enemies. As I understand it, we'll have to intervene, the fox commented, seeing that the people dear to his master were losing. How smart you are today. The guy answered and rushed to the rescue. After a couple of minutes, Scar was finished. Have you played enough? Uzumaki asked cheerfully, looking at the defeated leader of this gang. Oh, you're lucky that the technique was only 20% strong, he finished mentally. Thank you very much, if it weren't for you, we would definitely have died. But who are you? Sai asked in bewilderment, coming closer. We've made it, my friends won't recognize me. Sai, what are you doing? It's me. The guy had to take off the hood that hid his face. Naruto? But where are you here from? It was as if Sai was struck by lightning from surprise. I was just passing by, the guy joked to his friend. He was silent for a while and continued, let's first tie up those abnormal people who attacked you, and then I'll tell you everything in detail. Hey, Sai. Four shinobi appeared from the direction of the forest. They turned out to be Shikamaru, Choji and two unfamiliar ninjas. Are you alright? Yes, it's true, Ino and Sakura are unconscious. Who else is this? Choji asked. Actually, Choji. They first say, hello, to old friends, Uzumaki muttered offendedly and stood up so that everyone could see him. Naruto. Everyone screamed at the same time, as if by agreement. Where are you from? Shikamaru said, holding out his hand. Naruto accepted the greeting with pleasure. Yes, I was walking nearby. Friends immediately surrounded the guy from all sides. They were simply beaming with joy. It was immediately obvious from them that they missed him. Naruto smiled touched. Damn, we all really missed you. Choji exclaimed, even stopping chewing the eternal chips. Hey, this is the same Uzumaki Naruto. The man who destroyed Madara. The unfamiliar ninjas whispered cautiously. How did you end up here? The guy asked the guys, not paying attention to the quiet whispers. The ANBU have discovered that one of our returning groups will be attacked today. We were sent to meet this group, but, as I see, we were in no hurry. Is that how you call them? Shikamaru asked, pointing to the bound ones. Only the strongest and most talkative. Guys, you deal with them, and Sai and I will deliver Ino and Sakura to the Konoha hospital, okay? Yes, sure. No problem, Naruto. Great. Sai, take Ino, I'll take Sakura. Guys, see you in Konoha. The first timid rays of the sun appeared over Konoha, hitting the clouds right above the mountain with images of all previous Hokages. The entire village was still asleep, only a few shinobi kept watch, protecting the village from danger. Hokage residence. Ah. 5 yawned. Shizune, is something wrong for you to wake me up so early? Yes, milady. As stated in the message received from the ANBU, the group of Sakura, Ino, and Sai, who were returning from a mission from the land of birds, was attacked. What? We sent reinforcements to meet them. How did this happen? Tsunade began to get angry. They were attacked before reinforcements arrived. Where are they? What is their condition? What about the attackers? The Hokage became angrier and angrier. They are in the Konoha hospital, all with minor injuries. Sakura and Ino are still unconscious, but tomorrow they can be discharged. Shikamaru's group, sent to help him, escorts the attackers to the village. I have already sent another group to help them, Shizune replied. Thank God they weren't hurt. Fifth said a little more calmly. So stop. If Shikamaru was still escorting their attackers, then how did they end up in the hospital? The Hokage asked her assistant. Help them, she didn't have time to finish, as there was a knock on the door of the 5th Hokage's office. Come in. A guy wearing a black cloak with a fire pattern was walking along the sidewalk of Konoha. Even though it was early morning, the first people were already appearing on the street, and they weren't really paying attention to the young man. Yes, Konoha has changed a lot, there is nothing left that is familiar to me. It's even a little pity, I have so many memories associated with that Konoha, the blonde drawled. In short, you're lost, the Nine-Tails scoffed and laughed in his deep, loud voice. I'm not lost. Just walking around Konoha on the way to the Hokage. Why am I reporting to you anyway? You can say what you want, but don't forget, I can feel when you're lying. Damn, that's right. Okay, let's help us find the road, otherwise we won't get there by lunchtime, and if you remember, we were going to go to Ichiraku at lunchtime. Uzumaki wandered through the streets of the newly rebuilt Konoha, and at this time Kyubi brazenly mocked the guy. Damn, instead of mocking, it would be better to help. Although what use can you, furry one, be? I'd better ask someone. A young girl, about a year younger than Naruto, was just running past, and he decided to ask her. Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to the Hokage? I have important business with her. Who are you? I don't recognize you. What if you are an enemy spy? Or do you want to kill our Hokage? The girl answered and took a step back. Damn, there's nothing to do, I'll have to take off my hood and show her my face, otherwise she won't help me in life. And I wanted for the time being to know as little as possible about me, thought Naruto and took off the hood from his head. So am I more familiar to you? Can't be. Are you Uzumaki Naruto? Hero of Konoha, Legend of War. The girl screamed as soon as she recognized me. Hey, be quiet, I kind of don't want to reveal ahead of time that I'm here. Therefore, I ask you to keep this a secret, the Jinchuriki reassured the girl who had just nearly burned him to the ground in the entire fire country. Certainly. Come on, I'll take you to the Hokage. During the journey, the girl even began to breathe every once in a while and looked with such a look, as if in front of her was some super celebrity, whose posters with the image were pasted everywhere in several layers. Arriving at the place, Naruto thanked the girl and, to the wild laughter of the fox, he began to climb the stairs. The building itself had not changed at all, except that it looked newer. Approaching the door, the guy heard voices and knocked on the door. I can imagine how happy Grandma Tsunade will be to see me. The young jounin smiled to himself, mentally imagining this picture. Come in. Hello, Grandma Tsunade. I'm back, said the most unpredictable shinobi in history, entering the office. Naruto? What are you doing here? Asked the stunned Hokage, who jumped up from her seat in surprise and stared at the guy who entered with a very surprised look. Damn, this was not the kind of reception I was expecting from a man who called me his almost grandson. He said with a very puzzled look. He was clearly perplexed by this reaction. That's exactly what I was just going to tell you about. Naruto came to the aid of Sakura, Ino and Sai in battle. And then, after waiting for Shikamaru, he and Sai took the girls to the hospital, Shizen said. Naruto. I am so glad to see you. Sorry for my reaction, but I didn't expect you to show up, and at such a good time. I must admit, I even missed you a little. Are you back for good or did you pop in while passing by? Said Five with a joyful expression on her face. I'm also very glad to see you and Shizen, Granny Tsunade. Of course, I was going to return a little later, but apparently I'll have to return now. So now I won't go anywhere. The guy said joyfully. We are also very glad that you appeared, Naruto-kun, and that you came to the aid of Sakura and the others at such a timely manner. Naruto, how many times do I have to ask you not to call me grandma? Although, on the other hand, I missed it even a little. I never thought that I would be so glad to see you in my office, the Hokage said, smiling. The last of the Sannin was very happy to have this guy back. He had truly become an integral part of the village hidden in the leaves. Everything has changed here since my last stay. I even got a little lost while walking here. Yes, the restoration is not completely finished yet, but almost the entire village has already been rebuilt. And this is largely thanks to you. Shizen told me. Thank you, but you overestimate me. So what actually happened here? Why are some assholes attacking our shinobi? Asked the blonde. Yes, you noticed correctly, in recent weeks they began to attack us, as well as villages with civilians. Now everyone is afraid to turn to Konoha for help because they are afraid of becoming the next victims. Who is behind this? We don't know, Naruto-kun. Moreover, such attacks occur not only in the country of fire, but also in the countries of wind and rain. The Kazekage and I believe that this is all to undermine people's trust in ninjas. In addition, attacks occur in places where shinobi have recently been on missions, said 5. So, the sand ninjas are also attacked? Yes, the attacks began around the same time as the fire country. Can't we send several teams and attack these bandits? Naruto's indignation knew no bounds. It's not that simple, Naruto. They act in small groups, and as soon as we deal with one, another immediately appears. Grandma Tsunade answered. Well, find out where they come from. I do not understand what the problem is. The Jinchuriki spoke out. That's the whole problem. We have no idea where they come from. We sent several ANBU squads to find out, but so far no results. Entrust everything to me. I'll take care of it. The strongest shinobi of the last war unexpectedly proposed. But you just returned. You haven't even really been home yet. And your friends won't be happy, 5 worried. Come on. Besides, I wasn't planning on going for information right now. Well, okay, we will give you all the data we have. And we'll start preparing the team, the Hokage agreed. We don't need a team yet, a little later. I will also ask Gaara, maybe he knows something. Then we will immediately send an eagle messenger to him with a request. Granny suggested. It's not worth it, I have a faster way, the guy said, smiling. Shizune and Granny Tsunade looked at him in surprise. In 10 minutes. Suna. Kazekage residence. Even though it was early morning, the Kazekage was already busy with work, or was it still? Gaara was sitting at his desk and going through some documents related to the affairs of his village. He was torn from this activity by his sister who entered the office. She looked tired and slightly worried. Gaara, she turned to her brother Temari. Something happened? He asked, looking at her with his calm, slightly tired gaze. Yes, another patrol was attacked, no one died, but there were seriously injured, the girl with a fan behind her back said gloomily. At that moment, a messenger toad appeared in the village head's office in a puff of smoke. Oh, you! What kind of bullshit is this? Temari was a little scared from surprise. I have a message for the Kazekage, the messenger said, ignoring the fact that the girl was pointing her huge fan at him. From whom? Gaara's sister asked. From Uzumaki Naruto. Answered the toad. Naruto? Gaara was surprised, he had not heard from his friend for a long time. Okay, give me a message. Well, what's there? What he wrote? Temari asked. He asks me to give him information about the attacks on the sand, he replied. Why did he need her? He wants to find the leader of those who are attacking us and Konoha. The Kazekage answered with his usual calmness, although not without a small amount of surprise. And what will you answer him? I'll help him. Toad, tell him that I will give him all the information we have. Okay, and the toad disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Do you think he can do it? Even our best bloodhounds could not achieve anything, however, like List. If anyone can do this, it's him. At this time in Konoha. Hokage residence. Great, Gaara agrees to share the information he has with us. Okay, now I want to visit Sakura, Ino and Sai. I think the girls will be terribly happy to see me. Okay, if anything happens, we'll call you, said Fifth. Oh, I almost forgot. Has Ichiraka ramen been restored? Oh, you are incorrigible. Yes, it was restored, Grandma Tsunade said, laughing. A little bit later. Hospital. I came when everyone was still sleeping and decided to wait until my friends woke up. Out of boredom, I went to the window and began to look around Konoha. She had changed a lot, there was nothing in her that would remind her of the past. Except perhaps the stone faces of the Hokage. But from my thoughts, I was torn away by a rustling behind me, followed by a blow to the head with something heavy, which made me sit on the floor, and a scream. Who the hell are you? What are you doing here? You are a spy for the enemy village. Answer quickly. It, of course, was Sakura. Having finished yelling, she once again hit Naruto, stunned by this development of events, on the head with a heavy object, which turned out to be a chair. Ino and Sai woke up from the noise made by Sakura. Sakura, why are you yelling from morning to earlier? Ino asked her friend. I found an enemy spy. The girl said proudly. Oh, damn it. Are you crazy, Sakura? Is it possible to meet friends like this? And by the way, I saved you more than once. He said from the floor. Sakura, this is not a spy, this is Naruto, he just came to check on us and find out how we feel after the battle, Sai said calmly. As usual. Naruto? What are you doing here? Sakura was surprised, looking carefully at Uzumaki, sitting on the floor and holding the bump on the back of his head. Damn, you too. Well, why doesn't a single person hug me in joy? Say, Naruto, I missed you so much, I'm so glad to see you. And here, in addition, I also got hit in the head with a chair twice. Sakura, I didn't expect this from you. The guy said in an offended tone. Naruto, you're finally back, I'm very glad to see you. We all missed you terribly. Ino woke up, ran up to him and hugged him joyfully. Naruto, please excuse me. I did not want. I mistook you for a spy and. Forgive me. I just woke up and, Sakura, who still couldn't believe in the return of her friend, began to hastily apologize. Come on, I'm somehow used to you beating me, Uzumaki joked. Then Sakura lowered herself and hugged him very tightly, just like at his funeral. I'm so glad you're back. I missed you, said Sakura. It seemed to Naruto that she was about to cry, but fortunately Kakashi-sensei came into the room and froze in surprise at the door. Naruto. You're finally back. I'm glad to see you again. Thank God that you are safe and sound. The sensei said joyfully, coming out of his stupor. Well, at least one of them greeted me normally. Naruto was delighted. Hello, Kakashi-sensei, I'm also very glad to see you. Naruto, why are you sitting on the floor? The teacher was surprised. Yes, I'm kind of tired from the road, the guy joked again. Are you visiting us for a while or have you finally finished your journey in search of your path? Kakashi asked. I think I'm done. In any case, I'm unlikely to leave you. So now I'm not going anywhere, I'll be stuck in Konoha forever. Uzumaki stated with his characteristic smile. Naruto, I wanted to ask. Was it you who saved us from the leader of that gang yesterday? Sakura asked. Yeah, I beat him until he lost his pulse. Thanks a lot. How did you even end up there? Or were you tracking down these bandits? Asked Ino. I was walking to an acquaintance along the road, not far from the battle site, and on the way I heard the sound of battle and decided to see what was happening. When I came, I saw how you dealt with those guys, and when their leader appeared, I decided to watch you. But realizing that you were in trouble, he intervened, and then Sai and I brought you here. Have you already spoken to the Hokage? Sai asked. Yes, I'm going early tomorrow morning to collect information about the leader of this gang. So that later this whole gang can be crushed into pieces. Yes, I'm going early tomorrow morning to collect information about the leader of this gang. Uzumaki said. Silence reigned in the room. Sakura was the first to break the silence. But you just returned, why do you need to immediately go on some mission? Maybe we should celebrate your return first. You were gone for a year and a half, everyone was waiting for your return. And you don't know where to start. Sakura began to dissuade her friend. She really didn't want to be separated from Naruto who had just appeared again. It's strange, why is Sakura not wanting me to go on a mission? The blonde thought to himself. Don't worry so much, Sakura, everything will be fine. You will see. I can handle it in a couple of days, the guy began to reassure the worried girl. What exactly is the purpose of this mission? Asked teacher Kakashi. Well, the usual collection of information. I want to find out where their main base is and who the bastard is behind all this. And then show up there and make sure no one else ever hears about them. The young jounin answered, smiling slightly. But how are you going to do it? After all, no one managed to find out at least something about them, Ino asked. Let's just say that I have my own sources of information and thanks to these sources they can't escape me. What other sources? What if they don't tell you anything? Haruno asked excitedly again. Don't worry so much, everything will be fine. That's all my concern. I am completely confident in the source. By the way, when are you being discharged from the hospital? The doctors said that today we can be released. Great, that means we will have time to have a snack somewhere and talk before I leave. Kakashi-sensei, are you with us? I would love to, but the Hokage entrusted me with one very important and secret mission, so I will have to leave soon. It's a pity. Well then some other time you'll treat us to ramen in Ichiraku. After a couple of hours. For young shinobi walked down the road towards a restaurant that served the best ramen in the world. Naruto put on his hood again so that he wouldn't be torn for souvenirs, which surprised his friends a lot. Naruto, take off that hood. And anyway, what did you hook it on? Unable to bear it, Ino said. I can't, I don't want to attract attention yet. The fewer people know about my presence here, the faster I will deal with the bandits, he answered calmly. And how are these related to each other? The blonde did not let up. Damn, have you ever wondered how they knew when you would return from the mission and which route? Do you think there is a spy for them in Konoha? In my opinion, this is obvious. By the way, if I hadn't told you about this, you would never have guessed about it in your life. The fox intervened. They don't need to know this. This will make me look even cooler. The guy answered the demon. Naruto was sometimes annoyed by the fox's remarks, which he inserted whenever he wanted, but this was extremely rare. Mostly, it was even fun to be with him. So slowly they reached their destination. Places where they made the best ramen, Ichiraku. Naruto, of course, walked in first. Hello. Come on in. We welcome new guests. Old man, you don't recognize me either. Damn. Huh. Wait, it can't be. Yes, it's Naruto. Naruto, you're back. Finally. Come on in. Now I'll prepare a special festive portion of ramen for you. Thank you. Hey guys, why are you frozen at the door? Take a seat. Listen, Naruto, are you sure you can get information about the gang leader? Asked Sakura. Certainly. As I said, I have my own informant, and he is the best information dealer I know. But why are you sure that he will give it to you? The pink-haired girl did not calm down. And why is there such a sudden concern about my person? The Jinchuriki thought to himself again. For some reason, this thought began to visit him often after meeting his girlfriend. I'm sure because this merchant is obliged to me. What is this? Sai intervened. Let me tell you this story sometime later. We haven't seen each other for a year and a half, and you're asking me about all sorts of nonsense. Better tell me how you were here without me. How are the others? In general, tell us everything. The guys sat and talked for a long time. They told what was happening in Konoha while Naruto was away, but what struck Uzumaki most of all was one piece of news. Sai, are you dating Ino? He yelled at the whole Ichiraku. How did this even happen? Well, it all happened somehow by itself. We went on missions together, he saved me a couple of times, then we talked a lot, and suddenly hop, and we're already dating, the blonde answered. How long ago did this suddenly happen to you? Not believing his ears, the blonde questioned the couple. Soon it will be 7 months. Beaming with happiness, Yamanaka answered. Holy shit. Sakura, are you also dating someone? She clearly did not expect this question, and therefore when she heard it, she choked on her ramen. Ino answered for her, simultaneously hitting her friend on the back. No, our Sakura's heart belongs to only one person, she said, looking at me somehow strangely. Ino, shut up. Sakura threatened. That's it, I'm silent. And who is this person? The guy asked, not suspecting what we could even be talking about. It's none of your business, Naruto. The girl with pink hair answered calmly. Well, that's how to say, the blonde did not let up, continuing to look strangely at me, then at Sakura. Ino. Okay, now it's your turn, Naruto. Tell me, how many girls did you seduce during your travels? Now he tried on the role of the interrogated. Naruto was already choking on this question, and Sakura began to look at Ino with an angry look and somehow looked at the guy completely unkindly. No, Ino. What are you doing? I didn't have time for them. The blonde began to deny, but it turned out so. Certainly. You are as innocent as an angel. And how many girls are there that fall for your innocence? 10 or, in my opinion, more. The fox joked. Shut up, animal, before you lock him back in the cage. Well, of course. It's clear from your face that you're lying. Admit it, how much? Yamanaka said, seeing that Uzumaki was fussing. Burned, loser. I've never been able to lie properly. Now you, like your teacher Jiraiya, will be considered a pervert. I hope you're not planning on writing vulgar novels. The demon gloated. Ino, what are you making up? I didn't have time to be distracted by girls, I was chasing Kabuto across all countries. I was constantly on the go. Well, okay, if you don't want to talk now, I'll find out later anyway. Damn, it seems like it's gone. But, really, this is only for a while. So the friends sat until late in the evening and talked about everything. Ino has filled herself a little with sake, but Sakura is not in either eye, the training of Grandma Tsunade is immediately visible. Naruto and Sai were also relatively fine. Okay, it's time to go home, Ino said. Yeah, Sakura supported her. Oh, damn it. I completely forgot to ask the Hokage about this. Okay, guys, where is the hotel? Why do you need a hotel? Sai asked. Where do you think I'll spend the night? My house was destroyed, and no one gave me a new one. Should I invite him over? Sakura thought to herself, but why am I so afraid to say this out loud? Okay, it wasn't. You can stay with me. Sakura said in one breath, almost screaming. Thank you, Sakura. You really saved me. Uzumaki was happy, because now he won't have to stop at roadside establishments. Damn, what did I just do? Flashed through the girl's head. Okay, see you tomorrow. Ino and Sai said. Sai went to accompany Ino home, but, obviously, they wouldn't get by with a farewell kiss. Naruto and Haruno walked towards her house. It turned out that Sakura was now living separately from her parents. We came, she said. Both entered the 4-story building and went up to the 3rd floor. Her apartment turned out to be large and at the same time very cozy. True, it was a little confusing that there were a lot of pink things in the apartment, a pink sofa, 2 pink armchairs, a pink carpet on the floor. Her room, kitchen and bathroom have the same pink furnishings. The guy decided to remain silent on this matter, since there were plenty of heavy objects with which he could hit him in the head. Do you have a very cozy apartment? Did you move long ago and start living alone? Thank you, Naruto, I moved here a few months ago. This apartment is closer to the Hokage residence, so it is more convenient for me to live here. Besides, there are many advantages to living separately from your parents. Yes, but not always. You have to do the cleaning yourself, Uzumaki joked and smiled again as only he can. Well, judging by the situation in your last apartment, you tried hard not to clean your place for as long as possible. The girl answered and also smiled. Yes, you're right, cleaning sucks. But when traveling, you don't need to clean anything at all. True, this also had its drawbacks. I was always with unusual companions, or a pervert trying to pick up some beautiful girl or a rapper. Sakura, you can't even imagine how he sings. I was so glad when the Raikage called him back to the village on urgent business. Sakura laughed cheerfully and went to the kitchen to make tea. They sat and talked for a very long time, until they both began to literally pass out. They recalled their turbulent past. The guy told her a little about the journey, and she told her about her affairs in Konoha in his absence. Then she made a bed for him in the hall, and they both went to bed. In the morning, Naruto got up much earlier than Sakura. Quietly got ready, left her apartment and went on a mission, but this time he decided not to leave her alone without saying anything, and so he left a note. Now he had to go to a village 40 kilometers from Konoha and find a person there who would lead the guy to an informant. The informant is a very secretive person, due to his profession, and therefore almost always works through intermediaries and only in rare cases, if the client is very important, does business personally. Luckily, Naruto was just such a client, but still, to find him, you needed someone who could connect you with him. And it was precisely such a person that Uzumaki was heading towards. Day. A village 40 kilometers from Konoha. Local bar. It was an ordinary roadside bar, no different from other similar establishments that Uzumaki had seen a great many during his travels. Wooden tables and chairs, a bar counter, behind it is a short, plump bartender wiping glasses and talking with a couple of local regulars. It was in this situation that he had to look for a mediator. Naruto approached the bartender to find out where the informant's confidant was. Oddly enough, but intermediaries are also very difficult to find if you don't know where to look. Hello, I'm looking for one person who can help find someone for me. And who do you need? Asked the bartender. Well, this person works with information and is very difficult to find. So you need an informant? The man asked calmly, turning his gaze from the glass he was wiping a second ago, and staring with a searching gaze at the young Jinchuriki. Yes, Naruto answered firmly. An informant is a dangerous job, why should he trust you? Asked the bartender. I am his very good friend, I am sure that the intermediary was warned about me. And who are you? I am a shinobi from Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto, to be more precise. Let's go, he told him firmly and calmly. He led the shinobi into a separate room where no one would see or hear them. A great place to conduct business that as few people as possible should know about. So you are that same Uzumaki, the young legendary Jonin of Konoha, war hero and... Yes, I realized that you heard about me, Naruto interrupted him. Yes, my boss said that if you show up, you should be sent to her immediately. Great. Where is she now? In the land of lightning. Super, give the boss this scroll. He gave him the scroll with his request to get information about the gang before he comes, and tell him that I will come with 2 friends, okay, you know. Where is her base? Yes, don't worry. Having found out everything he needed, the guy went back to Konoha to tell everything to the 5th and gather his old team. Morning of the next day. Konoha. Hokage residence. Mistress Tsunade, why did you call Sai and me so early? Something happened? Asked Sakura. Wait, now the last participant in this mission should appear, and he will explain everything to you, said the 5th. Hi all. Said a smiling Naruto, appearing, as Kakashi usually does, in the window. Naruto, have you returned from your information gathering mission yet? Sai asked. Well, in fact, this was just preparation for it. The mission itself will begin now, and you are participating in it. There was incredible surprise on the faces of his friends. What does this mean? Asked the blonde's friend. You, all together, immediately go to the land of lightning in order to meet with the informant Naruto spoke about, Tsunade said. Naruto will tell you the details. After the bosom friends received the mission, the guys went to get ready, and since Naruto had just returned from the mission, he was already ready, so Uzumaki went to wait for his friends near the gate. At the entrance to the village, Izuma and Kotetsu stood as usual. The blonde greeted them and talked a little, and while he was talking with the Jonin, the most energetic team in all of Konoha arrived at the gate, namely Gai Sisai, Thickbrow, Niji and Tenten. They just returned from a mission. Since the guy was standing in his cloak and with his back to them, they did not notice him right away. Or rather, they did not notice him at all. Let's race to the Hokage residence. We need to prove that we are full of the strength of youth. As the thick-browed teacher always preached. Exactly, Gai-sensei. And then 5,000 speed push-ups. Damn, when will you stop setting impossible tasks? The girl was indignant. For them this is not an impossible task, Niji commented calmly, as always. And everything is the same with you, nothing has changed, except that now all my friends are Jonins, said the blonde. Sorry, but who are you? Asked a member of the Hyuga clan. And Naruto turned to them. To say that there was extreme surprise on the faces of his friends would be an understatement. Naruto? The guys said in unison, even Niji. Hooray! Finally you are back, now we will spar in full force. Said the thick-browed man with fire in his eyes. Lee, idiot, Naruto just returned, what a sparring match. The girl said, and she and Lee came up and joyfully hugged the Uzumaki. Even Niji's imperturbable face showed that he was glad to see this unpredictable shinobi return. Naruto, have you been back from your journey for a long time? Asked Guy. No, early yesterday morning. Unforeseen circumstances arose and I had to return a little earlier, but I don't regret it. I missed everyone so much already. I'm really glad I met you guys. We missed you too, Naruto. Oddly enough, it was Hyuga who said it. And how was your trip successful? Did you find what you were looking for? I think I definitely found it. It's true that we never managed to catch Kabuto, he kept running away from us, but we pretty much ruined his property, Naruto answered with a smile. At that moment, Sakura and Sai approached the gate. About. Sakura-chan. Lee shouted joyfully. Hi all. Haruno answered. Hello, said the artist from ANBU route, calmly and with an idiotic smile on his face. Guy's team also greeted them unanimously. Well, have you collected everything? Then you can go. The road is not long, and there is not much time, Uzumaki said cheerfully to his comrades. Are you planning on going on a mission? Asked the thick-browed teacher. Yes, we are looking for a base of bandits attacking the Fire Country. Wow! You just arrived and you're already setting off on such a difficult mission. I heard that these criminals are simply elusive, said Tenten. And they told me that I would never be a shinobi, but I did it quite well. And we'll find these bandits right away and grind them into powder. May the power of youth be with you. Said Gai-sensei, and they, in sync with the thick-browed man, stood in their signature pose. Thank you. It was great to see you again. Well, guys, let's go. Yes, Sakura and Sai answered in unison. Naruto, Sakura and Sai were lucky because today the weather was just perfect, the sun was shining brightly, but there was no heat, as a cool breeze was blowing. All in all, it was a truly wonderful day. Uzumaki still found it hard to believe that he was going on a mission with his old team, Sakura and Sai. The last time they were on a mission together was almost 2 years ago. Yes, a lot has changed since then, but still he is infinitely happy. Oh, how wonderful it is to go on a mission with your old team. After all, I spent my entire journey with Killer Bee, said the blonde. Yes, it's great that we're all together again. It's a pity that Captain Yamato or Kakashi-sensei are not with us. But I think we'll go on a joint mission with them somehow, his girlfriend answered. Naruto, did you say that you traveled with Killer Bee? Sai asked. Yeah. Almost the entire time I was traveling with him. True, a few weeks ago his brother urgently called him back to the village. How did he even end up with you? Sakura asked and began to look expectantly at the guy. She liked that Naruto was around now, although she didn't understand why this was happening. About a month after I left for the Land of Water, I came across Omui and Karui. Are these students of Killer Bee? Haruno clarified. Yes. They were attacked by 7 sound people. Apparently they wanted to get information from them. Well, I helped them, and then they told me that B somehow managed to persuade the Raikage to let him wander and told me how to find him. Having said goodbye to them, I went to where, according to them, B was. He was actually there and was very happy to see me. I told him about my journey, and he invited me to travel together. I agreed. That's how we began to wander around the countries together and look for Kabuto. True, in addition to the search for Kabuto, we had many adventures. And how? Has your search for Kabuto been successful? Sai asked. Not good. This freak constantly ran away from us, but we managed to destroy several of his bases. He became even worse than Orochimaru once was. He kidnapped entire villages and carried out monstrous experiments. It was always full of guards and rabble. For B and I, it was good practice for our new techniques that we learned while we were traveling, Uzumaki answered. You must have become incredibly strong and learned a bunch of techniques? The girl asked, smiling a little as she looked at Uzumaki. I think so. I mastered the 3 elements of chakra and learned several powerful techniques based on them, plus a couple of not very strong techniques. I also created several combination attacks and, with the help of B, I completely subdued the 9 tails. We have peace, harmony, and understanding with him. Just because I allow you to use my chakra does not mean that we have become friends. Lise instantly got into the conversation. Stop acting like an asshole already. You're not that angry, you're annoying at times and infuriating sometimes, but overall you're fine, Naruto answered his inner voice. And the fox fell silent, apparently comprehending what he said, or he was simply too lazy to answer. As it turned out, the formidable demon of Konoha is terribly lazy and proves it at every opportunity. Incredible. In addition to the fox power, you have mastered the 3 elements of chakra. And considering that you were the worst student at the academy, then this is completely surprising. Sai commented on what he heard, with his idiotic smile on his face. Thank you, Sai, for appreciating my abilities as a shinobi so highly. In addition to the fact that I mastered the 3 elements, I was able to combine them all in one technique. Uzumaki answered and smiled again with his signature smile. Cool. Didn't you use it when you fought the leader of the bandits who attacked us? Sakura continued to ask me. Yeah. Cool technique, right? Sweeps away everything in its path. And you can't defend yourself from it, just run away, and that's unlikely. But thanks to the 9 tails, I have even cooler techniques that I created myself. True, it has its downsides. This furry one is constantly cracking in my head. Hey, by the way, I saved your skin more than once, kid. So I demand to be treated with respect. The furry demon interjected into the conversation again. This is what the one who constantly mocks me tells me? You can't make fun of you, you don't respect yourself. The tailed one joked again. If you don't close the mitten, I'll wrap your tongue around your neck and tie it with a C knot. Incredible. In what sense does it crack? Is he using a ratchet in your head? That's all Sai could say. Damn, Sai, when will you stop taking everything literally? He crackles, that is, he constantly talks, to the point and just like that, and if I wish, I can allow him to talk with other people, temporarily changing consciousness with him. And it's absolutely safe, too. So, at any moment we can communicate with the Nine Tails? The girl was surprised. Yes, but in most situations this is not required. I can communicate with the fox in my mind, even now he gets bored with his chatter. Although he often helps, because he knows a lot about techniques, and when he is in a good mood, the two of us create new cool techniques. Yes, Naruto, you have become incredibly strong. And besides, he turned out to be a real man. A very handsome man, simply incredibly handsome. Damn, where did I get these thoughts from? It's Naruto. He's dumb as hell. I can't like him. Or maybe it's still possible. Damn, I'm completely confused. I need to get these thoughts out of my head, and everything will fall into place. Thought the pink-haired girl. Oh, damn it. I completely forgot to tell you about our mission. Uzumaki suddenly remembered. Yes, he hasn't changed much, flashed through Haruno's head. In general, we are heading to the hidden base of the information trader in the country of lightning. I sent her a request so that she could obtain information for us before my arrival. Due to her profession, she is very secretive and cautious, but I know her well, so there shouldn't be any problems, Naruto said cheerfully. Wait, so your information dealer is a girl? Sakura was surprised. For some reason, this news did not make the doctor very happy, but she herself did not understand why. Yes. She is a girl and, moreover, she is our age. And she's fun enough for someone who's always in danger. Overall, she's great. Damn, did they really have something? Here. Am I jealous of Naruto? We need to stop with this. Flashed through Sakura's head. How did you even meet her and why do you think that she will give us the information we need without any problems? Asked the Anbu root shinobi. It's simple, she owes me her life, I saved her a couple of times, the guy answered. Saved a life? But you said she was very careful, didn't you? Asked his partner, trying to find out as much as possible about the relationship between Naruto and this information merchant. Now she suspects every hedgehog of spying on her, but before she didn't get out of trouble. It was just from a couple of scrapes like this that I pulled her out, for which she promised to help me with everything she could when I needed help. Damn, they definitely had something. Sakura kept thinking to herself. Listen, why are we still talking about me? Tell us what was interesting about you. And how did you, Sai, start dating Ino? The answer, everything somehow worked out on its own, will not suit me. Uzumaki said menacingly. Naruto, I really don't understand how this happened, Sai tried to say, but was rudely interrupted by the Jinchuriki. Sai, it's good to fill in, you know everything perfectly well, you just don't want to talk. He said in an offended tone. Ino arranged all this. Sakura intervened in the conversation. She had a crush on our Sai for a long time and came up with a cunning plan to seduce him, and, by the way, it worked very well. The girl said laughing. Yes, Ino knows how to make people do what she wants, Sai answered. Naruto and Sakura laughed. By the way, Sakura, Ino said that your heart belongs to someone. Can you tell me who it is? The blonde asked his friend. The girl blushed a little, looked away and, stuttering a little, said. No. I will not say. Stop asking stupid questions, Naruto. She's a little strange, sometimes she looks at me strangely, sometimes she looks away altogether. Maybe she's still resentful that I went on a journey without telling her anything? I'll have to ask Sai, maybe he knows something about this? The blonde thought to himself. Damn it, Why did he ask that? And I blushed like a girl and looked away. I hope he didn't notice anything. The girl lamented to herself. I wonder if they know that they like each other? Probably not yet. Okay, Ino ordered not to interfere, it's none of my business, Sai thought, looking at his friends. Meanwhile, the shinobi had already crossed the border of the country of lightning, and rocks began to dominate the landscape more and more. The weather also began to deteriorate. Are we still far away? Maybe we can stop for the night? The girl asked. Walking through rough, rocky terrain didn't make me feel any stronger. We'll go without stopping, we'll arrive in the morning and there we can rest, Naruto answered. By the way, I forgot to warn you, after her life was threatened with death several times, she became extremely careful. You already said that, Sakura answered. No, you did not understand. She just set off on her own safety. There are a huge number of all kinds of deadly traps and tracking sensors around its bases. And it's incredibly difficult to get through them, said the Jinchuriki, remembering his previous visits to his friend. But you said that she owes you her life and will give you information without any problems. Is not it? Sakura continued. It's right. But in order to get information you need to get to it. Why do you think I took you with me? If we are lucky and she is in a good mood, then perhaps we will be able to pass relatively calmly. What if she is in a bad mood? Sai asked. Let's not talk about sad things and continue to hope for the best. Everything will go like clockwork. The blonde tried to cheer up his friends, but it turned out so. And how did he even become a jonin? Sakura thought to herself. The rest of the way they walked through the mountainous terrain of the land of lightning and talked about everything that had happened to them over the past year and a half. There was no trace left of the beautiful morning weather, light rain began and a cold wind rose. The guys sped up to quickly get to the merchant's base and sit there. After a couple of hours of travel, the guys were terribly wet and cold, but still got to the place where the merchant's base began. It was hidden in the mountains, so not only was it difficult to reach, but it was very well camouflaged and there were traps everywhere. And considering that the weather here is constantly disgusting and there are almost no roads, then the likelihood of accidentally stumbling upon the base simply did not exist. But the most surprising thing was that, despite all the protection, there was no one on it except the hostess. Even a couple of guards, assistants or servants, in the end. The whole point was that recently the hostess had become very concerned about her own safety, and almost didn't trust people. The only exceptions were a few people, her intermediaries, Naruto and B. And if she acquired a paranoid desire to protect herself as much as possible relatively recently and not without the help of Uzumaki in the wrapper from the cloud, then she has an innate distrust of people, she just ignored it before. But still, she understands well what kind of person is in front of her, and if she likes him, then all hostility passes quickly enough. Guys, did I tell you about her addiction to traps? Yes, but you said that everything would be fine since you are her special client, answered Sakura, walking slightly behind the blonde. I hope she remembers this too, Uzumaki said and moved forward, where some kind of mountain was visible. Sakura and Sai looked at each other, but said nothing. I think that the less they know, the easier it will be for us to get there, Uzumaki thought to himself. He was smart enough not to say it out loud, so as not to unnerve his comrades again. Okay, be extremely careful. There are 200 meters to the entrance to the base, no more. Let's move out. The shinobi walked the first 50 meters quite calmly. On their way they came across only a few traps with kunai and explosive seals. Their speed of movement across the terrain was second only to that of turtles. Where it was impossible to bypass the trap, it was necessary to neutralize it, but as Naruto had already said, the ruler of these regions was focused on safety and therefore double or even triple traps came across. But the guys successfully went around them by the 10th road. In general, they covered a quarter of the way safely, but that was only a quarter. Well, where is her so-called addiction to traps? Sakura asked sarcastically. And then, as if answering her question, huge boulders flew towards the Konokovites. They barely managed to dodge them. However, no one was going to give the guys a break. Following the boulders, hundreds of poisoned kunai and arrows flew at them. As soon as they moved a little to the side, they immediately fell within the range of another trap. The number of protective systems per square meter was simply prohibitive. Well, Sakura, did you get the answer to your question? Uzumaki asked jokingly, for which he received a withering look, making it clear that as soon as they get out, he will be hit in the head. Immediately after the arrows and kunai there were fire traps, after which there were explosive seals again. In general, the team took almost an hour to get to the entrance to the base. There were still some minor injuries. Naruto had a small burn on his hand. He earned it when he pulled Sakura out from under the burning oil. She, thank God, was not hurt. Sai was slightly wounded in the shoulder by a kunai, and Sakura was now neutralizing the poison. Who said that we would get here without any problems? Sakura remarked sarcastically. I said I hope so. The guy answered. We are still terribly lucky. She's in a good mood today. If only you knew what happens here when she's not in a good mood. When she's not in the mood, a particularly poisonous gas is released throughout the surrounding area, and the number of traps increases significantly. The blonde thought to himself. Okay, let's go inside, the Jinchuriki said and headed deeper into the cave that served as the entrance to the shelter. They all entered the cave. Inside it was dark, damp and very uncomfortable. Stalagmites rose everywhere, water was flowing somewhere. In general, it was not a pleasant place, but the good news was that there were no traps here. How far is it from the entrance? Sai asked. No, soon there will be a door to the shelter, Uzumaki answered and continued to walk deeper into the cave, further into the darkness. A couple of minutes later the friends came to the door. It was massive, iron and opened from the inside. How do we get there? There's no pen or bell here, Sakura turned to Jiraiya's student. Now you'll see everything for yourself. A moment later, a voice was heard from the speaker from somewhere under the ceiling of the cave. Who the hell are you? What do you want here? Kelly. Open this damn door before I take it out with a Rasengan. And you know that I have the strength to do this. Naruto. My dear. It's you. Now open. Naruto, did she call you my dear? Sakura asked her partner somehow angrily. Well, this is an old story, I'll tell it to you someday. Then, to save him, the door opened and everyone got inside. Walking along a small corridor, the guys went to the elevator, which they took down. The main complex of the base was located under a mountain and there was only one entrance, so few people could get here without permission. In addition, in case of danger, the base had several emergency, secret exits. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the owner of this home, Kelly, appeared before the shinobi. The girl was the same age as them, but she looked amazing. She had lilac-colored hair that went below her shoulders and large, expressive eyes the same color as her hair. Only Ino or Sakura could compare with her figure. She had long slender legs, a thin waist, fragile shoulders and a bit of curves where they should be. She was dressed in a short skirt and a tight white blouse. Even Saya's cheekbones changed from white to rosy pink when she saw her. Sakura had an indescribable expression on her face. But then it was more fun. Naruto. Expensive. I have not seen you for so long. With these screams, she rushed to hug the blonde and hung on his neck. I missed you so much, my beloved little fox. And she kissed Naruto. After that, on Sakura's face, one could see only one thing, terrible indignation and a desire to kill Kelly with particular cruelty. But Uzumaki, seeing that something was wrong with his girlfriend, decided to slow down Kelly a little in her unbridled desires. "Kelly, be quiet, why such a storm of feelings? My friends will misunderstand us," the guy said and began to unhook the girl from him. It's always like this, at first you resist for a long time. Well, oh well, I'll still have time to get mine. Speaking of your friends, she looked at them with an appraising gaze. She examined Sai especially for a long time. Can they be trusted? You can trust them like me. I will boldly and without hesitation entrust my life to them. Meet Sakura, and this is Sai, and I'm warning you, he has a girlfriend. I know you will definitely hit on him. You, my dear, are always ruining all the fun. She turned her gaze from Sai to Sakura. Sakura. Haruno Sakura, a medic, first studied with Hatake Kakashi, then, after the incident with Uchiha Sasuke, she began to study with the 5th Hokage. Having performed well in the war, she received the title of Jonin. Now he is one of the best doctors in the country of fire and beyond. Sai, a Jonin from the root of Umbu, real name is unknown, place of birth is also unknown, nothing about parents. After the death of Shimura, Danzo and the Fourth Great War became one of the managers of the Umbu route. Kelly gave out information about the guys in one breath. Friends, to put it mildly, were shocked. How do you know so much about us? Said Sakura, temporarily forgetting that she wanted to kill her. Knowing is my job. And about those whom I meet in person, I must know everything. Kelly said with some pride. Kelly, maybe you won't keep us on the threshold and let us in? We got very wet and terribly cold. And I'm not even going to talk about how tired we are going through your traps. Oh, damn it, sorry. Come on in. She moved away, allowing the leaf shinobi to pass. Inside, her shelter resembled a luxurious mansion. Rich leather sofas and armchairs, luxurious carpets, paintings on the walls, but at the same time it was very cozy. The friends were especially pleased with the real fireplace, near which everyone sat. Kelly brought everyone warm blankets and herbal tea. How did you get there? Asked Uzumaki's friend, still examining the guests. In general, without incident, except for the warm welcome before entering the base, the blonde joked and smiled his trademark smile. Oh yes, traps, sorry, but in my business safety comes first. After all, I don't sell fish. Well, yes. But why didn't you think of this before? He began to tease his friend. Damn, when will you forget that story with 2 warring clans? And by the way, if it weren't for that case, you and I wouldn't be together. After these words, Sakura choked on her tea and the desire to kill not only Kelly, but also Uzumaki again appeared in her eyes. The guy noticed this, but decided not to show it. Damn, what's wrong with Sakura? We definitely need to talk to Sai. He thought to himself and decided to think about it a little, but later. Hey Naruto, what's wrong with this Sakura? That she constantly chokes on tea or ramen? Even the Ninetales became interested in what happened to Haruno. If only I knew. Together. So, I was right after all, they had something. But why does this make me so uncomfortable that I want to kill her on the spot first, and then Naruto, so that he knows how to get mixed up with just anyone? It seems that he has become even more like his teacher, Jiraiya. Damn, why did I start to like him so much, and so abruptly? Or maybe I always liked him, but I just couldn't see it because of Sasuke? I don't know, I need to figure everything out, Sakura thought. Together? Naruto, are you two dating? As always, without thinking about the consequences, Sai said. I would really like this, but Naruto's heart belongs to someone else, Kelly answered for the guy. Sakura choked on her tea again, and Kelly noticed it. So that's what she's like, Haruno Sakura. Well, in principle, it's really nothing. Now it's clear why Naruto is in love with her. But the most interesting thing is that she apparently loves Naruto too. However, Naruto is a fool, he never notices the feelings of girls until she says so directly. I was convinced of this myself. I'll have to talk to her, Kelly thought. So what is the story about your meeting? Sai changed the topic. This happened a few weeks after I left, before I even met B. At that moment I was in the country of Rain, in one small village. Kelly sold secret information to two warring clans about each other. They found out about this and decided to temporarily unite and punish the dishonest information trader. I saw a crowd of guys chasing a girl down the street and intervened. By intervened, it means beat the bodies of those guys until they lost their pulse. Uzumaki Kelly teased and began to laugh quietly. Well, yes, but not to the point of losing your pulse. Kelly, don't make me a maniac. Okay. I'm silent. Well, that girl turned out to be Kelly. Well, then I had to negotiate with the clans so that they would leave Kelly alone. Fortunately, they heard a lot about me and agreed quickly enough. Besides, for the first time in many years they did something together without killing each other. Well, that's kind of how Kelly and I met. Okay, we will still have time to tell stories from our life together with Naruto. The information you need will be prepared tomorrow. Until then, you are my guests. Let's go, I'll show you your rooms, said the mistress of these places and, getting up, headed to one of the doors. Thank you, Kelly, this is very useful now. Kelly showed the Leaf Ninja to their rooms. They were well and nicely furnished and close by. Sai, when you go to bed, close all the locks on the door, Uzumaki warned his friend. For what? Well, you don't want to cheat on Ino, do you? If you don't do this, you're guaranteed an amazing night with Kelly. It's clear. Okay, I'll do as you advised. I don't want to cheat on Ino, and besides, if she finds out about this, I'll end up in the hospital. For a very long time. Well, that's great. In the evening, Naruto went to Sai to find out what was going on with Sakura and why she was behaving so unusually. The guy knocked and entered his room. As usual, he was drawing something. Sai, I wanted to talk to you. Okay, Naruto, what do you want to talk about? Damn, was it Ino who made him so sympathetic? Or has he finally learned to communicate normally with people? More likely the first option, thought Uzumaki and, walking into the room, sat down on a chair next to his friend. I wanted to talk to you about Sakura. Is it just me or has she really been acting a little strange lately? He immediately asked Sai. Yes, in my opinion, she really changed a little after you appeared. She became more active, talks about you more often and began to beat you less often. Yes, there is definitely something wrong with her. Answered his friend, looking up from creating another drawing. Ino forbade me to tell them that they liked each other, since they had to figure it out on their own, but she didn't forbid me to hint at it, but how could I do it more carefully? It's a pity that Ino forbade me to read those books about human relationships, Sai thought to himself. Damn, is she really still angry at me for going on a journey without telling her anything? Or maybe it's because of who her heart belongs to. Ino said that she likes someone. You don't know anything about this? I'm sure it's not because of the travel, she was more than happy about your return. She was really waiting for you. Yes? Damn, then why does she behave so strangely in my presence, like Hinata did before? Maybe I did something wrong and didn't apologize for it. And she's offended at me now? No, you didn't offend her in any way, otherwise she would have simply beaten you. And she actually acts like Hinata used to. Just not to such a strong degree. And why did Hinata behave this way, do you know? Well. I guess. Yes, exactly. Well, it finally dawned on him, thought Sai, hoping that his friend was not such a fool. Yes, she knew that I would become the greatest Hokage and was very happy for me and admired my successes. He's dumb as a stopper. And how did he become a jonin and a war legend? Sai thought, desperate to explain anything to Naruto. The guy realized that there was simply no method to hint Naruto about Sakura's feelings. No, Naruto, that's not why she behaved like that, Sai said doomedly. Although during the battle with Pain, she said that she loved me, but I somehow didn't attach any importance to it. Sai's eyes widened after hearing what he heard. Hinata confessed her love to you, but you didn't attach any importance to it? Sai was surprised in his manner. He's even dumber than I thought. It looks like hints alone won't help here, the artist thought to himself. Okay, let's skip this moment with Hinata, you won't get anything useful out of this anyway. Let's return to Sakura. I think you just need to talk to her and find out. Thank you. I will do so, but later. You helped me a lot. Uzumaki said to his friend. Well, in any case, Ino did something to him. He couldn't get that from his books, the Jinchuriki thought to himself and, smiling, headed towards the door. Then, after saying goodbye to Sai, he went to think about the upcoming conversation with Sakura. While Naruto was talking to Sai, Kelly decided to stop by and talk to Sakura. Hirono was sitting in her room and thinking about how she still felt about this ever-energetic Naruto. But she was distracted from her thoughts by a knock on the door. Sakura, can I come to you? I wanted to talk to you, Kelly's voice came from behind the door. Damn, what does she want? The girl thought irritably. Yes, come in. Kelly walked into the room and sat down on the chair opposite Sakura. What did you want to talk about? Hirono asked. About Naruto. What? How can she? I'll finish her now. How did it even occur to her to talk to me about him? Sakura flared up in her thoughts, which was immediately reflected on her face. Or rather, about Naruto and you. You like him, don't you? Sakura clearly did not expect such a question and, blushing and looking away, began to deny. No, we're friends, we have nothing like that, the pink-haired girl mumbled quietly, but was interrupted by Kelly. Then why are you blushing? Sakura, blushing even more, did not answer. I see, you don't have to answer. Anyone will notice this. Well, except for Naruto. He is stupid and knows nothing about these matters. That's why you have to tell him. I will help you with this. Let's go to. Right now. No, I cannot. I'm not ready, I need to get ready. Besides, such things don't get done so quickly, Sakura jabbered with a frightened look. It's clear, you're afraid, Kelly stated. Yes, the kunoichi said barely audibly. Sakura, if you don't do this, he'll never guess anything in life. Tested by personal experience. I tried so many times to seduce Uzumaki, hinting at him in every possible way, but he didn't understand. Only when I told him directly did it dawn on him. But he still did not fall for my tricks. It was a little offensive, but B told me about his love for you, and I understood why I failed. Damn, I envy you, such a guy is pining for you. Yes, and you are not indifferent to him. But what if he doesn't like me so much anymore and he chooses someone else? Said Hirono. Sakura, if you knew how many girls stuck to him during his journey. And he refused everyone. And, by the way, this list included a couple of princesses and heirs of respected clans from different countries. Is it true? Naruto never talked about this, said Sakura. Well, I didn't hear that from him either, but B said that it was so. Although, considering who his teacher was, one might doubt it a little. Both girls laughed and continued to discuss the blonde until late at night. Naruto, a gentle female voice was heard somewhere very nearby. Wake up, dear, I have a pleasant surprise for you. Said a pleasant and very gentle voice. The blonde opened his eyes and saw next to him in underwear. Kelly. Kelly? What are you doing here? I closed the doors. Naruto screamed and jumped up on the bed. There are many secret passages, dear, come here. Kelly with the grace of a cat began to approach Uzumaki. The blonde confidently began to retreat from the girl, who really smelled of debauchery. Kelly, damn it, go to your room. You know very well that I like someone else. Naruto, don't you like me at all? The girl said in a sad voice and with tears in her eyes. Kelly, stop pretending, I know all your tricks. I like you, but not that much. You are like a sister to me. The guy tried to somehow calm his girlfriend down, without offending her. Well, apparently, it's not fate. Okay, get dressed. Breakfast is in half an hour, although, you're better off without clothes. Kelly said, smiling so predatorily that Uzumaki simply felt uneasy. And only then did he notice that he was standing in only his shorts. Naruto quickly sent Kelly away. Who was staring at him, and began to look for his things. As usually happens to him, the Jinchuriki made a terrible mess in the room. The blonde found his pants behind the radiator, his t-shirt in the bathtub, but his jacket hung neatly on the chandelier. Having taken out his things, at the same time bending the battery and almost tearing off the chandelier, Uzumaki got dressed and went to breakfast. As always, he was the last to arrive. Well, you finally came, what took you so long? Asked Sakura. Sorry, I chatted with Kelly, the blonde answered as calmly as possible. Kelly, as if nothing had happened, smiled and arranged the dishes. Naruto silently walked over and sat down at the table where his friends were already sitting. By the way, Sakura managed to get herself in order, she put on makeup and combed her hair, making a small ponytail. In general, she looked great. There were a lot of different, intoxicatingly smelling dishes on the table. Traditional seafood, as well as many salads and meat dishes. It was still a mystery to Uzumaki when and where Kelly got these products and had time to cook, but her cooking was beyond praise. Having thoroughly admired this feast, he wished everyone a bon appetit, and everyone proceeded to breakfast. So, Kelly, what did you find out? The gangs that attack you do not have a main base, only a few recruitment points and a couple of strongholds. Oddly enough, but according to my information, all this is being done to divert attention, or is it preparation for something larger, or perhaps both? Unfortunately, they have very few information leaks and I was never able to find out about their plans, but I managed to get reliable information about who is in charge of the whole show. He does not control directly, he only gives instructions through intermediaries. This is Yakushi Kabuto. What? Kabuto? But how is this possible? Sakura asked in surprise. I was quite surprised myself. I followed him at Naruto's request when he was traveling, but I had never heard of anything like that. Then I managed to find out that Kabuto continued the work of Orochimaru. We managed to find out the location of several of his bases, and Naruto and B destroyed them. Judging by what they saw there, Kabuto became scarier and crazier than Orochimaru. And, as far as I understand, he is starting a new war. But he doesn't have enough strength. Even now, when great nations are weakened by the last war, he needs to assemble a simply incredible army. Sai joined the conversation. I didn't manage to find out how he would do it, I just assumed that he was going to do it. According to my information, he is looking for some kind of artifact, the Astral Sword. No. Impossible. This can't be true. The fox simply screamed in the Uzumaki's mind. Do you know anything about him? The Jinchuriki asked him in his subconscious, and apparently did it out loud. I told you I have no idea what this thing is. Sorry, I'm not the one for you. Guy, let me out. I'll tell everyone about this little thing, the nine-tailed man said seriously. A second later they switched consciousnesses. This is accompanied by minor external changes. Naruto's voice becomes like that of a fox and his eyes too. Everyone noticed this. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Haruno became worried. Listen, this is the Nine Tails, Naruto, and I switched consciousnesses. I know what kind of astral sword this is. This is an ancient artifact of incredible power. It was created a long time ago specifically to fight Jinchuriki and Bijou. But this is not its main feature. It is capable of enhancing summoning techniques significantly and can even allow you to summon sealed ones. He also has many other abilities. He is incredibly powerful. However, the ancients, realizing its danger, hid it and placed heaps of barriers and seals there. I don't know where they hid it, but if Kabuto finds this piece of iron, the new war will be much worse than the last one, and it's unlikely that we will win it. After hearing this, all Naruto's friends, including Kelly, were in a daze. Everyone remembered the last war and its horrors, but they were simply afraid to imagine that something much worse could happen. Kelly, do you know where Kabuto is now? After a couple of seconds of silence, the girl still answered. Why yes, he is in the country of rain, and I think that is where he is conducting his search. Excellent. It seems to me that first we urgently need to notify all 5 great nations and return to Konoha, then we'll go to the rain. I have a reliable friend there, or rather 2, they will definitely help us. Said the legendary Jounin of Konoha and stood up from the table, performing the summoning technique. 5 messenger toads appeared in the room. The guy gave each a message, and sent one to all the hidden villages of the 5 great nations. So, let's have breakfast and urgently return to Konoha. Kelly, I'll leave a messenger with you in case new information comes to light. Half an hour later, the Konokovites gathered, said goodbye to Kelly and headed back to the Hidden Leaf. The way back home was, oddly enough, calm. Sai, as always, spoke without thinking. Sakura again behaved unusually when talking with Naruto, and he, in turn, in addition to communicating with friends, discussed the state of affairs with the fox. Listen, red-haired, how do you even know about this astral sword, if it was hidden? I mean, how did you know it was covered with a bunch of barriers and traps? It's simple, I'm the only tailed one against whom it was used. True, then they didn't succeed, the one who used it was unable to cope with all the gigantic power contained in it. And I learned about the fact that he is guarded so tightly from my first Jinchuriki. You said that it is incredibly powerful, but apart from significantly enhancing the summoning techniques, you did not name a single problematic ability of this relic. And with the summoning, no matter how strong it is, I think we can handle it. As always, you are too self-confident. This sword can even summon a sealed Bijou. But considering that they all remained in the summoning statue of the demon, the renegade Nagato, this is hardly possible. And as I already said, calling is not the only feature of the sword, it absorbs chakra and can transform it into any element. In addition, it can transfer the absorbed chakra to the user of this sword, and he, in turn, becomes incredibly fast, strong, and quickly heals their wounds or simply replenishes their chakra reserves. Also, with the help of this sword you can create illusions no weaker than with the Sharingan. However, the worst thing about this sword is that it creates a protective sphere around the user, draining chakra from the opponent, and it is very difficult to prevent this. I only know a small part of all his abilities, but even they will be difficult for us to defeat. We have a lot of chakra. We will have time to deal with him before we lose all our chakra. Plus we also have absolute defense no worse than Gaara. Not to mention the destructive techniques we've created. I remember this very well, we are really very strong, but even this may not be enough. When I fought with the owner of this sword, I almost died. What? But is this possible? You are a legendary demon. It is impossible to kill you, only to seal you, and even that is very difficult. I thought so too, and then they almost made a fur collar out of me. I barely managed to survive. But then how did you manage to stay alive if he is so strong? This is the minus of this weapon. It has its own consciousness, and it destroys the consciousness of the user. The last time I fought a monk using this relic, his consciousness was completely destroyed by the sword, and he died in terrible agony. Then, if Kabuto gets his hands on this damned piece of iron, we will just have to play for time and wait for the sword to destroy itself. Yes, I think this could work, but we will need a lot of chakra, we simply may not have that much. Then we will have to use a combination. Are you crazy? The last time we tried to do this, we almost died. B barely pumped us out. The fox literally screamed in the blonde's head, he even grabbed his head. Don't yell like that. We'll figure it out later. Naruto replied, and it seemed like he did it out loud again. At that very moment, Sakura said something to Sai, and she took his comment personally, and so Uzumaki was hit on the head by her again. Well, at least she didn't change this tradition, and that was to some extent pleasing. What did you say, idiot? Hirono flared up and began to approach for another punishing blow to the head. Damn, Sakura, you can't ask a question first, and then decide whether to beat me or not. I was not talking to you now, but to the fox, about this sword. Damn, it still hurts. Sorry Naruto, I took it personally. So, what does the Nine Tails say about this sword? In short, we have specific problems, we have one option, but it is only as a last resort. In general, we must try to prevent the sword from falling into the hands of Kabuto, but first we need to find out what about this think the heads of other villages. However, in any case, we will soon go to my friends in the rain. You're right, we need to find out the opinion of the rest of the Kage, Sai responded, who had been silent before. What kind of friends do you have in the rain? I hope we don't have to go through minefields to get to them like last time? Sakura asked. You are familiar with them to a certain extent, but I won't tell you who they are, let it be a surprise for you. Said the Jinchuriki with an intriguing intonation in his voice and a satisfied grin on his face. Yes, these friends will definitely surprise them. They covered the remaining distance to the house quickly enough, and the next morning they were already standing and reporting to Granny Tsunade. She was extremely excited by the latest news, and therefore convened an emergency council of Jonin, and after that, the rest of the Kage were supposed to arrive in Konoha for an urgent meeting. But until that time, Naruto wanted to take a break from everything and think carefully about everything. Therefore, the guy headed towards Ichiraku, since yesterday evening there had not been a crumb in his mouth. As he approached Ichiraku, he met Kakashi, his sensei. Oh, Naruto, you and the others are already back. I heard that the information you collected foreshadows a new war. Hello Kakashi, sensei. You are right as always, Kabuto has shown up again and this time it will be much more difficult, but I think that now we will definitely finish him off. By the way, if you want a portion of ramen, we can talk there. This is not a bad idea. The Uzumaki and the teacher walked to the restaurant, sat down at the table and ordered themselves a large portion of ramen. While they were waiting for their order, they continued their conversation. I heard that all the Kage are going to arrive in Konoha to solve this problem. Yes. Granny Tsunade is extremely concerned about this, although I believe that now we need to act immediately before he carries out what he has in mind, otherwise it will be difficult to stop him later. But in any case, we will finish it. Yes, your determination and zeal for battle has not disappeared over time. And you have become incredibly strong, Naruto. I am proud that I had such a student. Thank you, but I wouldn't be myself if you weren't my teacher. And besides, I still have to train for a very long time to achieve such mastery as yours, sensei. The blonde answered his teacher. But then they were joined by another person who helped the hero of Konoha in establishing his own path as a shinobi, namely Captain Yamato. Oh Kakashi-senpai, Naruto. I'm very glad to see you, especially you, Naruto. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I heard that you were already able to obtain information regarding Kabuto. This is impressive. Captain Yamato. I'm glad to see you. Damn, it's just like the good old days, both of you are with me, we're sitting in Ichiraku again. Yes, only last time we came here after your chakra control training, Captain Yamato answered, not smiling much. It was clear from him that he was really very happy about the return of this restless shinobi, and this made the guy very happy. By the way, I have an idea. Why don't the three of us practice together? You two are against me. This will be a great chance to gain experience from two of Konoha's strongest shinobi. Uzumaki suggested to the captain and teacher with fire in his eyes. This is not such a bad idea, besides, I want to see what my student has achieved during the trip, said Hitaki Kakashi. I'm for it too, let's do it tonight. On the third training ground. The Jinchurikin sensei nodded in agreement and everyone continued to eat ramen, and at the same time told each other what happened to them while the blonde was not in the village. In the evening, Jiraiya's student arrived at the training ground an hour early to see where he would have to fight against some of Konoha's strongest jonin and think about how to fight them. However, when he arrived, he discovered that he was not the only one who had come here early. Almost all of his classmates were there, except for Shino, Tenten and Hinata. They were on missions. The guy decided to find out what was the reason for this pandemonium and approached Ino and Sai, who were standing closest. Hi guys. What are you all doing here together? Like what? Of course, we came to see how you will fight against Kakashi, sensei and captain of Yamato. The blonde answered enthusiastically. What? How did you even know? I told them that. Kakashi came to me and warned me about training, in case I needed you, and I decided that it wouldn't be bad to look at your progress, said the fifth Uzumaki who appeared behind him. Damn, and they also call me talkative. Although maybe this is for the better. Let everyone see how strong their future Hokage is. Naruto said with a smile and headed to the center of the clearing. He sat down on the ground and waited for Kakashi, sensei and Captain Yamato to come. His friends approached him and they began to discuss the upcoming training. Yamato arrived on time, but sensei was late as always. Damn, Kakashi is a sensei. Well, as much as possible. Have you ever been on time? It's just that I had to help one girl carry heavy bags home. The copy ninja began making excuses, but was immediately interrupted by the blonde. They could have at least come up with a more plausible excuse. Okay, I think we can start. I think yes. Will we set any restrictions? Asked Yamato, who approached, and the others began to arrive here too. I think we can do without them. We all know which techniques can be used and which cannot, the Hokage suggested. Kakashi, sensei, I have a request for you and Captain Yamato. Use absolutely everything. Even Manjikyu. I want to check my worth. Naruto, you're crazy. What a Manjiko. If you don't get hurt, then it won't do anything good to sensei. Haruno was indignant with an extremely worried look. Although there was nothing strange here, after a little self-analysis, she realized that she really liked this restless blonde and she really didn't want him to get hurt, but she still tried not to show it. Sakura, of course thank you for your concern, but you underestimate me. Over these 2 years, I have learned to use these eyes correctly, Kakashi retorted. Great, well, then I should limit myself to some techniques. Some of my arsenal cannot be made less powerful. Here we go. Shouted Naruto, who was simply glowing with joy from the upcoming fight. The spectators moved to a safe distance, and Naruto and the Jonin moved a few meters away from each other. Start Kakashi, sensei. I give you the right to make the first move. Noble, but don't think that we will spare you. I really hope so, teacher. For a few seconds everyone froze, even the air stopped moving, everyone was waiting for the first movement. Only a few seconds passed, but due to the tension it seemed like an hour had passed, and after these moments, Kakashi began to act. The copy ninja with lightning speed made seals related to the element of fire, and a moment later shurikens engulfed in flames flew towards Naruto. Yamato also did not doze, and at the same time as Kakashi, he used the wood style and wooden peaks rushed towards the Uzumaki. Oh, yes, Itachi used the same technique. It'll be cool. Flashed through the blonde's head. Naruto closed his seals no less slowly than Kakashi, and a wall of water grew in front of him. Moving at incredible speed. Water element, circulating barrier. Exclamations of admiration were heard from the audience, which could not but please Naruto. However, he was not allowed to enjoy this for a long time. His teacher used the technique of the earth element and the soil under Uzumaki's feet began to soften and the guy began to get stuck in it. Earth style, swampy area. The voice of the copy ninja was heard. Wow, some kind of quicksand. We need to get out of here. The guy quickly made new seals related to lightning element techniques. Small lightning bolts began to flicker and crackle near his feet, and a moment later thousands of lightning bolts appeared around the guy's feet, which simply scattered the swampy soil. Having gotten out of the technique, Naruto jumped up, but then Yamato intervened. A stream of water rushed towards the Jinchuriki, and a copy ninja with a flickering Raikiri was approaching him from above. Well, we'll have to use this technique. Uzumaki folded the seals again and said. Bastion. The blonde said calmly and with a small grin on his face. Niji was simply in shock. Naruto used a technique that was invented by him thanks to the Hyuga clan's whirlwind. Naruto released a huge amount of wind chakra and spun it around himself at breakneck speed. Kakashi's attack and Yamato simply bounced off the wall of wind. This technique differed from the technique of the Hyuga clan in that Naruto himself remained in place, only the chakra rotated. Well, now it's our turn. Shaggy, give me your chakra here. I'll deal with you later about the furry one. A legendary fox cover appeared around Uzumaki, now the guy looked like a miniature sun. Ocean storm. A giant wave of water, saturated with wind chakra, rushed towards Yamato and Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi and Yamato created a wall of earth, but did not take into account that this wave was just the beginning of an attack. Naruto stood on the crest of this wave and approached the Jonin, folding the seals of the lightning element, but he was stopped by Kakashi, who nevertheless decided to use Menjiko. Naruto guessed with the strongest genjutsu, Tsukuyomi. Incredible. Kakashi-sensei has mastered Tsukiyomi. The guy instantly threw out a gigantic amount of chakra, which sent out a real shock wave that threw the copy ninja to the trees, and forced the audience to move away. Having got out of the illusion, the guy saw that Kakashi-sensei used the spatial technique of his Menjiko, and 3 holes in space appeared around the guy. And Yamato used a technique that caused wooden spikes to grow from the ground and approach Naruto. Well, shall we surprise Kakashi, Sensei and Yamato? The blonde turned to his inner self. Why not? I've been wanting to show them what strength is for a long time. Naruto and the fox exchanged consciousnesses, and the demon created a technique that he and Naruto created during their travels. Demonic power, risen dragon. The demon said in his bass voice. A giant fiery red dragon from a demonic cup grew around him. The sight was simply mesmerizing and frightening at the same time. When the demonic dragon was fully formed, it stood up to its full height and released a stream of fire into the sky. Everyone present was simply mesmerized by the spectacle. The spatial gaps created by Hatake Kakashi disappeared, and Yamato's spikes turned into a handful of ash in a second. Naruto, along with the 9 tails, were inside the dragon demon and controlled the movement of the equipment. Having received his freedom, the fox decided to have fun. The dragon released another huge wave of fire and began to dance. Yes, exactly dance. It was so unexpected that Kakashi lost control and the Menjiko stopped working. Shaggy. What are you even doing? Are you crazy? What the hell kind of disco are you having here? This is a special tactical technique. Psychic attack. And, I dare say, it's working. What kind of psychic attack? Have you gone completely crazy? Of course, I knew that you were crazy, but not to the same extent. Stop wailing. This is fun. We haven't had a blast like this for a long time. I'd like to rip off a couple of your tails to calm you down. But this is really funny. Okay, Naruto, even an ANBU battalion can't stand against this, we give up, said Yamato, who was wiping away the tears that came out from laughter with the sleeve of his shinobi jacket. Even through Kakashi's mask it was clear that he was smiling, and just hysterical laughter could be heard from the audience. Having exchanged back with the fox, Naruto, beaming with happiness and smiling from ear to ear, walked with Kakashi and Yamato towards the still smiling spectators. After that, everyone went to the nearest restaurant, since no one was celebrating Naruto's return, and at the vote it was decided to go and celebrate this event immediately. After the grand celebration in the restaurant, everyone in high spirits and with their minds turned off. Fortunately, there was more than enough sake. Tsunade took care of that, slowly headed towards their homes. Naruto, as temporarily homeless, was drawn to her home by Sakura. The blonde didn't really resist this, since he was pretty tipsy, and all the shyness that Sakura had ever had disappeared along with his sobriety. Therefore, Hirono hung on the young man's arm, pressing herself against him as tightly as possible. In this state they reached the Kunoichi's apartment. Having shown all the dexterity and ingenuity inherent in shinobi, they were still able to climb to the desired floor and enter the apartment. True, not the first time, but at that moment it was completely unimportant. The next morning, Sakura somehow opened her eyes, but did not immediately make out what was in front of her. And there was something yellow and warm in front of her, to which she pressed her whole body. Moving a little away from the unidentified object, the girl was able to get a better look at it. It turned out to be Naruto, who was sleeping in her bed, and, moreover, in only his shorts, while Hirono herself was in only her underwear. Realizing everything she had just seen, the girl screamed, pushed the peacefully sleeping Uzumaki out of bed and wrapped herself in a blanket, under which she slept all night with her friend. "What are you doing here? And why in this form?" Hirono asked, confused and a little angry. "Why are you yelling early in the morning, pink one? You brought us here yourself, and then harassed Uzumaki. But you were both so drunk that after a couple of hickeys you fell asleep like that." Oddly enough, Kyubi answered the girl, from somewhere under the bed. "This is impossible. I couldn't do it. How could I? Even when you were drunk, you tried to do this, and some of it worked out very well." "Impossible," Sakura repeated indignantly. "And anyway, why are you responsible for Naruto? Maybe it was you?" "I don't need this, you're not my type," Kyubi snapped, and a barely audible rustling sound was heard under the bed. "If you had a tail and more hair, would have thought. But I'm answering instead of this idiot, because I'm treating him for a hangover while he's sleeping and hasn't realized all the punishing consequences of alcohol. Otherwise, we'll die from a headache, and I can't stand it one more time," said the fox, crawling out into the sunlight and smiling strangely. Hirono sighed tiredly and closed her eyes. Her fingers touched her forehead and ran forcefully across her face. "I hope Naruto doesn't remember anything, otherwise I'll just burn with shame. And if you, for litter, even try to think about it, even the fact that you're sealed won't help you. Do you understand?" From such a sharp change in the girl's mood, even the formidable demon of Konoha felt uneasy after these words, and he wisely decided to submit to her will. "What a dear you are, Uzumaki. To choose such an object of desire for yourself. Even I am ashamed," the fox mentally condoled the blonde, and in response, Hirono vigorously nodded his head. After that, the girl smiled and, having patted the once formidable demon's orange fur, went to clean herself up in the bathroom, and after a while, Jiraiya's student also woke up. "Fox, I have 2 questions for you." Naruto rubbed his eyes sleepily and yawned widely, clicking his jaw. "A pleasant weakness spread throughout my body. Something faintly buzzed and ached in my head. Where am I? And what happened yesterday? If it's not difficult, start telling me from the moment when me, Shikamaru, Kiba and Lee began to compete to see who could drink more sake. Kyubi grinned knowingly, but not without mockery, and stretched out on the floor, lazily arching his back. Then he blissfully closed his eyes, lay down on his stomach, and only after that began his short and sad story. After you beat Kiba a little for cheating by changing places with his dog, by the way, it was disgusting, you calmed down Lee and pumped out Niji. They seem to have lost control so much that they found Tsunade's secret stash and drank it down to the last drop. Naruto went cold. Small beads of sweat appeared on my back, and goosebumps covered my arms. Lady Hokage's condition was easily predictable, but no less frightening. She'll be furious when she finds out. The young man exhaled. Yes, you won't envy them, the fox nodded and continued talking. Then you drank with Kakashi, then with Shikamaru, Kiba, Sakura and Sai. And in the morning they burst in here with this pink one and went to bed. Wow, Naruto breathed out, absent-mindedly looking at the clock that stood on the nightstand next to the bed. I haven't celebrated fun like this for a long time. Damn. I should be with Grandma Tsunade now. He jumped out from under the blanket, looking around for clothes, then quickly got dressed and, throwing on his cloak, shouted to the landlady. Sakura. I'm going to see our granny, you should also appear there as soon as possible. And take Sai with you. After that, Naruto folded the seal and disappeared into the flames. A little later, in exactly the same fire, Uzumaki appeared in the office of the head of the Leaf Village. The Hokage looked unwell. His blonde hair was slightly disheveled, and bruises were visible under his reddened eyes. Yesterday's fun apparently affected her too. Hello, Grandma Tsunade, the young man decided to get down to business right away. I need permission to go on a mission to Ama. My team and I will go to our friends and try to find out something about Kabuto and, if possible, find him. The Hokage sighed tiredly and looked at him carefully, as if trying to see something. After a couple of seconds she spoke in a tired voice. Well, why can't you sit still? Is it hard for you to wait for the results of the Kage meeting? Granny, while you are conferring, Kabuto can already be preparing a plan of attack. We must go to Amkagure immediately. Naruto said loudly and clenched his fist. He was ready to scream and even hit the table with his fist, hoping that Lady Senju would have a softer character with a hangover. Okay, she waved her hand, leaning back in her chair. Or wherever you want, how you want and with whomever you want. Just away from me. Okay, then I'll take Sakura and Sa, the young man began, when he was interrupted by someone melancholy and calm voice. Do you mind if I join you? Hatake appeared in the window, raising his hand in greeting. Kakashi is sensei. You're on time. You will definitely be a big help in this mission. Naruto. Stop shouting here. Both of you leave immediately. The fifth waved her hand with the folder, and the shinobi quickly retreated from the danger zone. After that, they told everything to Sakura and Sai and, having prepared everything they needed, moved towards Amekagure. For Konoha Jonin walked along a forest path, heading to a village hidden in the rain. Ahead walked the legendary copy ninja and one of the best shinobi of the ANBU route, and a little behind them was the hero of the last war and the best student of Tsunade. Sakura, I wanted to ask you, yesterday, or rather today, you and I, well, Uzumaki began hesitantly, risking getting hit on the head with a far from gentle girl's fist. I see you remember everything, the girl said doomedly and sighed. So is it true? You and I kissed at your house. The blonde said joyfully. Sakura blushed and looked away. For some reason she didn't want to see him. Naruto, you showed your feelings at the festival, Sai suddenly got in. After which Haruno became even redder, and the young man himself began to look like a walking tomato. Sai, Kakashi suddenly said, let's speed up, they have a lot to talk about. Come on, blonde. I believe in you. Tell her you want her. The fox also decided to contribute to this interesting moment. And, naturally, the contribution was of a humorous nature. Kyubi simply could not have done it without it. Yeah, you. Here I have to confess my eternal and pure love, and again you are transferring everything to bed. It would be better if you helped me. Naruto, I want to tell you something. I realized this not so long ago, but, every day it gets stronger and stronger, the girl began from afar. Somehow I don't understand anything. Uzumaki turned to his inner voice, because due to his complex internal structure he never understood feelings. And I didn't really try to do it, but it happened before. You're such a slowpoke, Uzumaki. She confesses her love to you. The demon, somehow, through laughter, answered the guy and continued to enjoy what was happening. I know that you liked me, you always tried to draw my attention to you. And now, I too feel the same way. And, probably, even more, Sakura was somehow able to pronounce such complex words and began to look at Naruto with a very embarrassed look, waiting for what the guy would answer. At this moment of anticipation, the girl's heart froze, she even breathed at intervals. It seemed to her that time dragged on forever, but it all ended when the guy voiced his answer. It can't be. It's just that I love you too. The blonde said in one breath, which made his soul feel light, and his heart was ready to stop from excitement. In general, the girl's condition was the same, but she had a tiny desire, which, to her surprise, she fulfilled. But if for Sakura it was just sudden and impulsive, then Uzumaki almost fainted. In general, Sakura simply clung to the blonde's lips and passionately stuck to them for a long time. The guy hugged the girl and pressed her to him as tightly as possible, and the girl didn't even think about raising her fist to strike. They stood like that for a couple of minutes, but the idyll was interrupted by Kakashi. I, of course, don't mind, but Naruto, you yourself insisted on going to aim as quickly as possible. The couple pulled away from each other. Naruto stood trying to smile as innocently as possible, and Sakura looked somewhere to the side in embarrassment. Sorry, sensei, you're right. Let's continue on our way, the blonde answered embarrassedly, and everyone continued on their way. Only now Naruto and Sakura walked much closer to each other, almost hugging. Congratulations. Now you have a female. I hope it will make you at least a little smarter. Commented Kyubi, who decided to remind of his presence. It's good to make a joke already. If only I could say something kind for once. Okay, don't grumble, Uzumaki, I'm really happy for you. And I wasn't joking about brains, it won't hurt you a bit. And that's how the couple walked until the evening, talking to each other and sometimes joining the conversation between Kakashi and Sai, who recalled the previous evening and found out who drank more. As it turned out, none other than Shikamaru defeated everyone. That's it, Kakashi-sensei. You've both been overtaken by the laziest person on the planet, so you're both screwed. By the way, there was one moment when Sai and Ino disappeared from sight. And they were gone for about 40 minutes, here Naruto deliberately stared thoughtfully at the point in front of him. And where have you been? Well, we went to look at the stars, Sai answered calmly, but a blush turned pink on his cheeks. And how are the stars? Did you get a pleasant feeling from their appearance? Uzumaki continued to make fun of the young man, whose complexion was slowly moving towards the red spectrum of color. Naruto, stop bothering Sai, Sakura intervened, looking at the cheerful shinobi with a slight reproach. What do you care what they were doing so vulgarly? Naruto laughed, and his laughter scattered throughout the evening forest. But suddenly the guy stopped and began to look around. Hey, Fox, you also felt this strange chakra, right? And she has been following us for some time, only now she is very close. Yes, I feel it too, it's kind of strange. But this chakra is quite powerful and somehow flows wrong, the demon answered. Kakashi, sensei. I felt it too. He's close, the copy ninja answered, taking a kunai out of his bag. Sakura followed suit and Sai drew his short sword. Only Naruto froze. The guy began to accumulate natural chakra in order to scan the owner of the chakra. Having collected quite a large amount, the young man was about to check the mysterious pursuer, but did not have time. You are the same bastards from Konoha who killed Kakuzu and chopped me up. Haydn, almost whole and unharmed, sat on the branch of a tree that grew in front of them. His body was riddled with scars. B.I. How I wanted to take revenge on you Konoha's P.R.S. Now you're finished. Shikamaru buried you. Kakashi's surprise knew no bounds, but he managed to contain it. 2.5 years have passed since Nara's revenge, and then. Is this the smart guy who blew me up? Oh, I'll get to him too. And I will kill him for the glory of Jashin. The former Akatsuki shouted and laughed like a madman. This bespectacled idiot, Kabuto, dug me up, mended me and strengthened me a little. Now your pathetic village will not survive. We just didn't have enough immortal idiot cultists, Naruto sighed, creating an electric sphere. Lightning element. Ball lightning. The ball flew towards Haydn, but he dodged the technique with ease and unusual agility. You'll die first, freak. The shinobi shouted, and pulling out his scythe, rushed towards the blonde. Swing. Hit. Naruto held the blade of the weapon between his palms. Four huge shinobi armed to the teeth appeared behind Kakashi and the others. Out of the corner of his ear, Uzumaki heard the crack of the earth, the roar of a wild animal and the cracking of a raikiri, after which the cry of one of the enemies rang out. The young man tensed and broke one of the 3 blades of Haydn's scythe with his hands. The shinobi kicked with his foot, but the former Akatsuki was able to dodge. Crap! How did he do it? Even Pain couldn't dodge such a blow. The blonde mentally turned to the fox in the hope of getting some clue. He is definitely an abnormal shinobi, and considering that Kabuto dug him up. Who knows what experiments this freak performed on him, answered the fox, not knowing what to do. But neither the demon nor the young man intended to give up. Naruto jumped away from him and a Rasen shuriken appeared in each hand. Die already! The guy shouted and threw shurikens of the wind element at him. They were right on target. Trees within a radius of 30 meters, birds and animals 30 meters around Haydn were torn into small pieces. However, the enemy remained alive. Haydn was covered in cuts, pieces of skin were missing in some places. In general, he looked like a demon risen from hell, who had been devoured by Cerberus for centuries. Kakashi, Sakura and Sai, meanwhile, had dealt with the rest of the opponents and were about to intervene in the battle between Uzumaki and Haydn, but the Jinchuriki had a different opinion. Don't interfere, I'll deal with him myself. What a brave Konakovsky cretin. Yes, I love you. Take it, I'll tear it into pieces. Haydn roared and bent his hand with a scythe. Several clones of the blonde rushed towards him, attacking with Rasengan or lightning techniques, but the former Akatsuki member managed to deal with all the copies. The only way out of the situation was the technique that Naruto came up with the other day. Fox, Shikamaru defeated him last time by cutting him into small slices. We will do the same. I like your thought process. Are we using the same technique? Yes. The blonde said confidently and froze. Sakura frowned and looked at him carefully. She was frightened by the guy's inaction. Naruto, are you crazy? Are you just going to stand there until this madman kills you? She shouted, holding back her fear. She took a step towards him, but was stopped by Kakashi's hand. He's up to something, the copy ninja said, looking carefully at the blonde with his Sharingan. He turned out to be right. Gathering chakra in his left hand, Naruto said. Demonic blade. A dark orange sword made of chakra, reminiscent of a katana, was clutched in his fist, but that was just the beginning. Sword of God. A white weapon with silver sparks, similar to the one in the other hand, shimmered menacingly, ready to strike, but Haydn only snorted skeptically, "Do you think you can defeat me? You're screwed, boy. Sky God style. Touching heaven." The blonde, using a second weapon, directed needles from the wind chakra into the shinobi's body, and they nailed him to a tree, not allowing him to move. "What the fuck? You bastard, what did you do?" "Yes, I will tear you apart for glory." Demonic uprising. Damn wind. The Uzumaki swung the sword in his left hand with force, and dozens of blades from the demonic wind chakra created by the Kyuubi rushed towards Jashin's follower. The enemy's body turned into minced meat. Only the head remained intact, as if in mockery of Kabuto's work. The Nine Tails advised leaving her for interrogation, which Naruto actually did. The barely audible sound of footsteps made the young man turn around. Kakashi looked at him with his normal eye in surprise. Sai smiled nervously. Sakura seemed ready to throw herself on his neck and cry. "This is one of your unique techniques, isn't it?" Hataki's voice, oddly enough, was calm. "This is really impressive. Who could have said that you would become so strong? I have something to be proud of in this life, because I raised such wonderful students," said the copy ninja and ruffled his blonde hair with a familiar movement. Haruno ran up next and hugged the young man, trembling all over. "I'm so glad you're okay," she said quietly and exhaled shakily. "Hey, you freaks! You will pay for this." Haydn's head screamed furiously, lying under a tree in a scattering of pieces of his body. "Maybe we can get rid of her?" Sai suggested, looking at her with slight disgust. "He can be interrogated," Naruto objected. "Yes, and Kabuto can resurrect him again, but do we need that?" Team Kakashi, at least as it was called before, had crossed the border of the Fire Country and was now moving through the Rain Lands. The shinobi walked calmly, but still were extremely careful, because they had already been attacked once, and they really didn't want a repeat. An annoying, cold rain was dripping from the sky, which completely spoiled the mood, although not for everyone. Nothing could darken the Uzumaki on this beautiful day. Today he confessed his love to Sakura, and she reciprocated. Now the small son of Konoha shone stronger than the real one and, naturally, did not move further than 2 meters from the girl. Kakashi talked to Sai constantly. Lately they had become almost best friends, naturally after a drinking party in honor of Naruto's return. The idyll was occasionally interrupted by the screams of Haydn's severed head coming from Uzumaki's bag, whose mouth was tightly stuffed with some rags, and by Kyuubi's remarks. However, the tailed one was also pleased with everything. He made fun of Uzumaki and took part in a good fight. In general, the plan for today has been completed. By the way, why Naruto? Did we get the head of this crazy reaper from Akatsuki? Asked the pink-haired girl walking next to the blonde. What do you mean why? We'll interrogate this idiot. He himself said that Yakushi dug him up, so he will tell us where he last saw him. That's a good idea, Naruto. How did it come to your mind? Sai decided to join the conversation. And Kyuubi gave it to me. He is sometimes extremely useful, the guy answered, smiling. To which the fox immediately responded. Sometimes? Yes, if it weren't for me, you would have died 200 times already. The demon said in an extremely indignant voice. He didn't like that Uzumaki was downplaying his merits. The demon loved it when he, his furry face, was praised with or without reason. Come on. It's just a figure of speech. Don't sulk, you always help me a lot, Naruto began to cajole the demon. Otherwise, there was a risk of severe resentment and refusal to help if they had to fight again. One head it's good, but 2 better. Yes, you are definitely lucky, because you yourself do not have much intelligence, Sai joined in. And this is told to me by someone who read the book, How to Communicate with People Correctly. The Jinchuriki immediately retorted with his characteristic smile. Naruto starts working with his brain when someone is in danger. This is his special personality, and his great self-confidence and stubbornness allows him to find unusual solutions, and very quickly. The copy ninja said with a little pride in his student. Come on, Naruto is a wonderful shinobi, and he has proven it more than once. Although it won't hurt you to think more often, Haruno also decided to take part in the discussion of the blonde. The rest of the way, the shinobi walked and discussed Naruto first, a little later they switched to Sai, the next was Haruno, and finally, Hatake Kakashi. Everyone had a lot of fun, learned a lot about themselves, but soon they arrived at the village of Rain. It was extremely strict regarding the passage of other shinobi, however, to the surprise of the Uzumaki companions, they were allowed in without questions and were even greeted politely, by shinobi standards. Naruto, as I understand it, we were allowed through without question because of your presence? Kakashi asked unobtrusively. You, as always, are right. I'm telling you, I have very good and influential friends here. If I may put it this way. By the way, how are we going to look for them? Asked Sakura, who again squeezed the blonde's hand forcefully. And like this, Uzumaki pointed with his hand at a paper airplane that appeared in front of them and hung in the air. Naruto touched it, and the plane slowly floated along the street, passing buildings and turning deeper and deeper into the village. This reminds me of something. Is this some kind of puppet technique? Sai finally decided to clarify, looking at the piece of paper showing them the way. Not really, you will understand everything soon. I'm just warning you, don't even think about attacking anyone. Even if you see a ghost, don't do anything until I say so. No one said anything to Naruto's unusual behavior, they just continued to silently follow the paper guide. The shinobi, after a short wandering along the winding roads, came to a tall building. Thank you, then we ourselves. Naruto touched the paper again, and he simply began to fly up to the roof of this huge building. The young man calmly entered this building and began to climb the spiral staircase. The inside of the building was the same as the outside. Everything was shabby, there were many different pipes of unknown purpose that curled along the walls. After a couple of minutes, the shinobi climbed to the very top, after which they entered the only door. And where is the owner of this home? Kakashi said into the emptiness of the room. The room was not as gloomy as the building looked, there was some kind of plant in it, 2 sofas facing each other, and a table between them. In general, an unremarkable room, in which a couple of moments later a girl began to appear, emerging from sheets of paper. I'm here, mistress. Hello, Conan, I'm so glad to see you. The blonde said joyfully and came closer to the girl with blue hair, in which a paper flower was woven. The girl also approached and, smiling, answered. Hello, I'm glad to see you too, and I'm glad to have your friends. Naruto's companions simply froze like statues, they were simply in the deepest shock. Naruto, is this the same girl I'm thinking about? Kakashi was the first to naturally come to his senses, after all, experience cannot be put aside. Yes, sensei, but don't worry, she's our friend, you can rest assured of that. She will help us with Kabuto. Yes, this time the war will affect the residents of this village, and I am responsible for them. And I can't allow them to die, said Hayumi. This is a good goal, worthy of respect, said Sai, who had recovered from the shock. However, the appearance of the next occupant of this dwelling plunged the Konoha shinobi into an even deeper shock, as a silhouette separated from the shadows in the darkest corner of the room. Hello, Naruto. Hello, Kakashi-senpai, I'm glad to see you all. Uchiha Itachi. Konoha shinobi couldn't believe their eyes. No one could have expected this. Don't be surprised, this is really Itachi, alive and well, and he will also help us deal with this freak Kabuto. But how is this possible? Sasuke killed you. Kakashi simply couldn't believe his eyes. His image of a calm and always cool-blooded man was melting before our eyes. You are right, senpai, I was indeed killed by Sasuke during our battle, but my life was not over. As you know, during the war, Nagato and I were resurrected by Kabuto, after which we met Naruto and B on the battlefield. Then I was able to get out from under the effects of the resurrection technique and get a second life. I applied a special life-sustaining seal on myself, and the Jinchuriki poured a lot of demon chakra into me. She completely healed me and helped me come back. After the war, I decided to hide and Naruto helped me with this. He said that Konan was alive and she took me in. Since then, I have not left the village, and in general I rarely left the walls of this building. Itachi finished his story. Sakura studied the man thoughtfully and slightly incredulously, as if trying to find wounds on his skin. Sai was chewing on a pencil, and Kakashi looked at Itachi in a little surprise. Incredible. Naruto, how were you able to hide something like this? And by the way, Itachi, why didn't you return to Konoha, because that story with the Uchiha clan? It was right, Kakashi is senpai. The Uchiha clan died in the war. It should have remained that way. The fate of the Uchiha was not to kill anyone, the world could not bear another Madara, the brunette responded. Got it. But I'm glad you're alive, even though you're hiding it. It is possible to justify you if you wish. It is possible, but for what? Okay, I understand that everyone is happy, but don't forget why we are here. We need to find out where Kabuto is and break this beast. Uzumaki was filled with energy and enthusiasm. Yes, Naruto is right, we need to stop him immediately. But we don't know the exact location of Yakushi, Konan answered just as calmly, which made the blonde a little sad. However, today fortune apparently decided to play along with the Jinchuriki and a toad appeared in the room, a messenger from an Uzumaki friend, Kelly. Hello my dear. I hasten to inform you that I know where Kabuto went. He is still there, in the land of rain, and goes to a place called the Canyon of Demons. He should be there by tomorrow morning. Most likely, he has a shelter there, and, apparently, that same sword is kept there. So hurry up. With love, Kelly. After reading the letter, Uzumaki grinned, remembering himself and his friend in the room in the morning, and after that he smiled with his signature smile and joyfully said to his friends. Not anymore. I know where he's going. Canyon of Demons. He'll be there by morning. I know this place. If we go out tonight, we'll be there by the same time. I think everyone needs a rest. We will have to go all night, after which a battle will await us. I'll show you your room, the girl with blue hair still answered calmly, after which she headed to the door to show the guests from Konoha where they could rest after the journey. Meanwhile, two Sharingan owners set off to create a battle plan. On the threshold, Uzumaki stopped abruptly and said in annoyance. I almost forgot. Itachi, I have a gift for you. He's compact, you know him well, but he swears, he's just a treasure trove of words. Naruto began to fussily dig through his bag. Oh, this is not good, the last Uchiha was uneasy at heart. He was already aware of the blonde's gifts and surprises. But the young man pulled out Haiden's head from the depths of his backpack. Itachi was extremely surprised by the severed, swearing and gagged head of his former Akatsuki comrade. Konan, by the way, was also surprised, but decided to remain silent about this. The main thing for her was that she saw this head no more than once every 6 months. Yeah. Naruto, you know how to surprise people with sudden resurrections. Okay, leave it somewhere, Kakashi and I will interrogate him later. The blonde, smiling with all 32 teeth, buried his head on the table and moved behind Konan. Konan led the young shinobi into a large room. There were several sofas, armchairs and other furniture in it. Naruto and Sakura occupied the largest sofa and, naturally, indulged in each other. They began to coo like two love doves. And while the lovers were busy with themselves, Sai began to draw again. So the guys rested for a couple of hours, after which Conan invited them to dinner. All the shinobi gathered at the table. Here, of course, there was not the riot and variety of dishes that was observed at Kelly's, but there was also a lot of delicious food prepared by Conan. Naruto, I noticed that you and Sakura have become somewhat closer, Hayumi unobtrusively asked and looked questioningly at the couple. Uzumaki, did you really confess your love to her? Not even 100 years have passed. Even such a cold-blooded monster like me cannot help but be surprised, the last Uchiha said with a slight smile, looking at the Jinchuriki and the student of the 5th Hokage. Come on, you're not a cold-blooded monster. You were just pretending and playing the role of a renegade, plus, along with your chakra, I gave you a piece of my optimism. Well, at least not his idiocy. No matter how formidable Itachi was considered in the past, he really knew how to joke. That is why loud laughter was heard at the table. Even Sai couldn't help but smile. But you still didn't answer my question, Naruto? The girl with blue hair said through laughter. Yes, you are right. I confess to Sakura that I love her madly. And by the way, this is mutual. Hirono raised her eyes to the ceiling, as if asking heaven why this misfortune had befallen her, sighed sadly and nodded doomedly. But there was a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. After this, you can't get them away from each other at all, the copy ninja smiled, and laughter was heard again at the table. Sakura sighed sadly again and subtly shook her head, as if she was embarrassed by something. Well, okay. What did you, our big-eyed geniuses, come up with? Kabuto is a serious opponent, and we need a cunning plan. Conan now turned to the Sharingan owners. The plan is simple, and this is its genius. The only thing we need to do is stop Kabuto from getting the sword. If we succeed, we will be able to destroy him, otherwise, we will not be able to oppose him with anything, and then a new war is inevitable. The Uchiha began calmly, but Naruto did not let him finish. Well, if we screw up, I have one idea, although it's a little dangerous. Dangerous? Sakura asked nervously. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Kyubi repeated. Even if you are able to combine the Sage Mode and my chakra, your body may not be able to withstand it and will begin to collapse. You must warn them. It's better if I do it. Let me out immediately. The fox was extremely persistent, and Uzumaki had no choice but to let the angry demon tell everything to his friends. They exchanged consciousnesses, and the Nine-Tails addressed everyone with his low voice. Hello everyone, this is Lise. That idea that idiot was talking about, combining the Sage Mode and my chakra. We already tried this once and almost said goodbye to life. Be nursed us for 2 weeks. If we succeed, Naruto's body may not be able to handle it. However, if we succeed, then he and I can defeat Yakushi even with this piece of hardware. It's a 50-50 risk. The fox came back, and before Naruto could open his mouth to assure everyone that he would succeed, Sakura gave him a monstrous slap on the back of the head, causing the young man to fall face first into a plate. And then the girl's terrible voice thundered. Don't even think about doing that. I could barely cope with your wounds a couple of years ago, and if you now find yourself on the edge of life and death, then I can hardly do anything. Or do you have a new fiery dream, to die before your time? Uzumaki could not object to this. Evil Hirono was worse than any war, demons and Kabuto instead of those taken. Sakura is right, Naruto, it's too dangerous. We will find another way. The copy ninja also did not want to expose the blonde to such a risk. But he understood that there might be a situation from which there would be no other way out. Okay, I won't do this. The fox and I will come up with something else. Sakura calmed down a little after these words, but mistrust and anxiety were still frozen in her eyes. Uzumaki, I can feel when you're lying, Kyubi spoke more seriously than usual. You are well aware that we may simply have no choice but to use this. Or have you got some brilliant ideas? The demon remained silent. He also understood perfectly well that there was no particular choice. What will we do with the prisoners? Naruto decided to take the topic in a different direction, and he succeeded. What prisoners? You didn't say anything about this. Itachi and Kakashi looked questioningly at the blonde, as did everyone else. Well, at all his bases there were many prisoners on whom he carried out his vile experiments, and if the sword really is stored at that base, he will definitely want to test it and study its effects. But it's true. Then we'll do this. Me, Naruto and Itachi will go get the sword and deal with Kabuto. And Sakura, Konan and Sai, free the hostages. I think there is no need to explain why such teams are, everyone knows this very well. After dinner, all the shinobi began to get ready. Each of them was a little gloomy, because it depended on them whether a new war would begin or whether the world would plunge into chaos of death and a sea of hatred. In addition, any of them could have died during the battle, which did not add faith and confidence in the future. Naruto thought that after all this he would become the best Kage of all time. Sakura tried not to think that any of her friends would need her help. Sai thought about his friends in Konoha and his lover, Ino. Kakashi remembered his teacher and team. Konan thought about Nagato and Yahiko. Itachi remembered his younger brother, trying to get away from the feeling of guilt in front of him. After about half an hour everything was ready. The shinobi collected everything they needed, checked their equipment, and went through their action plan again. Well, I think it's time to move out. Kakashi looked at everyone and headed towards the exit, the others followed his example. They quickly left the village and headed towards the Canyon of Demons. The company was silent almost the entire way. There was nothing to talk about. I didn't even want to think about the war, the deaths, and the upcoming struggle. Everyone was trying to get to the base as quickly as possible, so it was not surprising that they arrived before dawn. The shinobi were about 300 meters from the entrance. They lay down on a hill and began to explore the area. Naruto entered the sage's resolve and began scanning chakra sources within a 3-kilometer radius. Here. Kabuto is already here. Apparently, he doesn't have the sword yet. There are only a dozen guards at the base, on the 3rd level, where the hostages are kept. There is another exit from there, it leads away from the base about 400 meters. But to Kabuto you will have to go down another level. So, what is this source of chakra? Uzumaki concentrated harder to better study the strange energy. How did you feel, Naruto? Kakashi crawled closer to the student, Itachi did the same. I feel a very strange pulsating chakra. This is a sword. I'm sure. The fox immediately perked up and even bristled at the blonde's consciousness. Naruto even got goosebumps. The fox is sure that this is a sword. He is 5 levels higher than Yakushi. So, we need to move out slowly and deal with Kabuto. Kakashi stood up and headed towards the entrance to the shelter. Using Chidori, he got rid of the guard, and the shinobi went inside. It was even darker and scarier here than in Orochimaru's lair. The smell of death was everywhere, the situation was extremely depressing. The smell of blood, burnt flesh, as well as cadaveric poison and various drugs was felt. The low ceilings pressed on the consciousness. And the barely audible screams of the prisoners simply pulled out the soul. Even the Ninetales was more than uncomfortable here. Well. Let's smash everything here to the pits. I feel terribly uncomfortable here. Sakura, Konan, Sai, you should go there. Uzumaki pointed to a dark opening a little to the side, 2 levels down. Be careful, beware of traps. You too, Naruto. Sakura came up to him and hugged him in such a way that the blonde's ribs cracked pitifully. After that, Sai and Conan disappeared into the darkness of the opening. Well, let's go there. Let's find that bastard Kabuto and finally finish him off for everything he's done. The owners of the Sharingan and Jinchuriki moved inside the base to destroy the one who did not want to come to terms with what shinobi of all countries had achieved for so long, peace. All the Kage of the 5 great shinobi countries arrived in Konoha for an emergency meeting regarding the threat of a new war. Each country was extremely concerned about the impending danger, so everyone appeared very quickly. All the village heads, as well as their assistants, were in Konoha's main tactical planning room. So, all the villages not long ago received messages from Naruto that Kabuto Yakushi was starting a new, even more terrible war, and was going to do it with the help of an ancient sword. The Raikage, as always, was too active and impulsive, but still tried to restrain himself from respect for those who fought shoulder to shoulder with him in the last war. You are absolutely right, Raikage. Moreover, we learned that Kabuto had already found this very sword. Isn't that right, Lady Hokage? Gaara was accompanied by his older brother and sister. The head of Suna didn't seem to be the least bit worried about this. His calmness and reasonableness earned him respect from the other Kage after the war. Yes, Kazekage, that's right. Kabuto has already acquired the Astal sword and, most likely, he has already begun preparations for war. Tsunade was noticeably nervous, frowning and speaking in a slightly trembling voice. Then shouldn't we start preparing too? I think this would be a smart move. The head of the village of Mist, Mei, was also concerned about the threat from Yakushi and offered the only option. I agree with the Mizukage. We must at all costs prevent the destruction of what we have achieved after the war. We must strike first. Tsuchikage was cheerful and active today. Finally, his back didn't hurt. We've already done it. A group consisting of Kakashi, Naruto, Haruno Sakura and Sai, as well as 2 other Uzumaki friends unknown to me, are right now heading to Yakushi's hideout with the goal of completely destroying the threat. But relying only on them would be simply stupid, so we must begin mobilizing forces immediately. I hope everyone remembers where they put their United Army armbands. Some heads of the villages smiled, and the rest simply nodded their heads, but then suddenly Gaara spoke again. Lady Hokage, could you please indicate where exactly Naruto and the team are now? I want to go there. Gaara, why? We need to prepare for battle. Out of surprise, the Mizukage addressed the young man by name, but he did not pay attention to this. Kazekage, I'm with you. And the rest will begin preparations for battle. If we don't manage to kill Kabuto, then we can at least delay him and give you more time. The Raikage, as always, strived for battle, and did not miss the chance to be in it as quickly as possible. This is very dangerous, but Mr. Raikage and Kazekage are right, they can really buy us time. This could be very useful. Moreover, knowing Naruto, I am sure that he will fight Kabuto to the last, but will not allow him to use the sword. Let's hope he can handle it. Shikamaru has now joined the conversation. After the last war, his genius abilities were appreciated by all the Kages, and his presence at today's meeting was not even discussed. Although the guy himself categorically did not want to go, explaining that he was too lazy to engage in some kind of war when Naruto had already gone there. Nara was confident in his friend and knew that he would die, but would not allow a new war. However, Tsunade turned out to be extremely convincing, and since Shikamaru did not really want to go to the hospital, he attended the meeting. Well, have it your way. You can go, but you must appoint someone who will control the troops while you are away. This scroll contains all the information about Kabuto's base that Naruto gave us. Tsunade placed the scroll with information on the table. All the Kage, except the Kazekage and Raikage, approached the map, and Shikamaru began to explain the strategy to effectively prevent even a hint of war. Gaara and the head of the cloud, leaving their escorts to command the troops, left the building and headed to the gate to go to the aid of Naruto and Kakashi. Meanwhile, an urgent message was sent to every village to immediately mobilize troops and prepare for war. Two Kage had already overcome the gate and were heading straight towards the village of the Hidden Rain. "Mr. Rakage, may I ask a question?" The dog suddenly raised his voice. "I'm listening, Kazekage. Why did you go with me to Kabuto's lair?" "It's simple. In addition to the usual desire to prevent a new war, I don't want Uzumaki to receive all the laurels of the savior of the world again. It's not enough for him to be a hero and savior of the world." The Rakage simply glowed with anticipation of the upcoming battle. "What are your reasons?" "Like you, I don't want to fight again. And I just want to help my friend." In order to quickly get to the place, Gaara created a floating platform of sand, on which they moved above the edges of the trees. Both were in a hurry and tried to get there as quickly as possible, but it would be unwise to spend too much effort. Sakura, Konan and Sai moved to the lower levels where the prisoners were kept. So far, they have come across several rather complex and dangerous traps on their way, but not a single guard. The girls and the guy moved extremely carefully and carefully watched everything that surrounded them, but the situation was gloomy and frighteningly depressing, darkness everywhere, the shabby walls on which traces of blood could be seen. Traces of various weapons and ninjutsu techniques could be seen everywhere, and sometimes the screams of prisoners could be heard. All this was simply a terrifyingly terrible psychic weapon designed to kill the will of the prisoners. Terrible place. How can you be such a monster? These are real people, they cannot be used as lab rats to test weapons. Sakura was concerned about what she saw. As a medic, she always strived to save people, and here she saw a lot of evidence of death, which simply depressed the girl and caused an attack of hatred and rage. This is a scary place. Nobody should end up here. We need to find people as soon as possible. Even the calm Sai was uncomfortable with this depressing sight, but his ANBU training forced him to remain calm and even a little cold-blooded. Although the guy has been trying to get rid of the latter lately. Everyone moved forward. After passing several more traps, they reached the desired level. Just a few meters after they entered the level, Sakura and the others came across a guard. There were only 3 of them, so they decided to do everything quietly so as not to attract attention. Hirono took a poison gas bomb from her bag and threw it at the feet of all 3. The enemy shinobi did not even understand how they found themselves in a cloud of extremely poisonous gas, but they could not do anything. Even to scream. Everyone died in an instant. However, suddenly 2 more guards came out from around the corner, most likely just shift workers, but when they saw their own dead, they tried to raise the alarm, but Konan and Sai did not allow them. In an instant, Hayumi covered one of the guys with paper, cutting off the air. And the ANBU shinobi used his technique of drawn animals, and the remaining enemy was entangled by dozens of snakes, quickly squeezing and breaking the enemy's bones. In a moment it was all over. Both were dead. After that, the 3 shinobi quickly hid the bodies and went to the casemates. On the way, they encountered more guards who were immediately eliminated, and their lifeless bodies were well hidden so that no alarm would be raised. We are in place. The cameras should be behind those doors. They are guarded by 2, with 6 more on duty inside. Sai used a small hand-drawn mouse to check their target. Then you need to quietly eliminate those 2 near the door. Sakura, they're on you, and Sai and I will carefully deal with those inside. Konan quickly came up with a plan of action, and the most effective one at that. Everyone nodded in agreement and got ready. Hirono used the gas bomb again, and 2 more went to the next world. Sai created several dozen snakes that entered the prison through cracks in the walls and were distributed among the 3 opponents. Konan disintegrated into hundreds of pieces of paper and also disappeared through the door. When everyone was in place, Sai's painted snakes pounced on the opponents and in an instant entangled them from head to toe, quickly squeezing and breaking the enemy's bones, causing a terrible cracking of human bones to be heard in the room. The others noticed this and were about to come to the aid of their friends, but were stopped by hundreds of sheets of paper that stuck around everyone remaining and exploded a moment later. Konam used the paper bomb technique. A minute later, everyone was destroyed, half were crushed in the arms of snakes, the rest were simply blown up by Hayumi's technique. Now the only people left in the room were people who needed help. All the prisoners looked terrible. The bodies had terrible cuts, wounds, burns and stains from the injection of some drugs. There were children, women, old people, and men here, but everyone was terribly exhausted. Sai and Conan began to open the cells, and Sakura began to treat those who were in critical condition and who would not be able to leave here. After 10 minutes of rapid stabilization of health, absolutely everyone could be taken out of here without fear of dying along the way. Anyone who couldn't walk on their own was carried out by Sai's painted animals and Conan's paper creations. Like Naruto said, there is an emergency exit here. When we get everyone out, we need to overwhelm him and take people as far away as possible. I wonder how Naruto, Kakashi-sensei and Itachi are doing. Sakura thought as she emerged from the dungeon with the first freed people, about 300 meters from the base, at the top of the canyon. She began to lead people to the rocks that were nearby in order to take refuge there and heal the wounds of the rescued. Sai was in the center, and Conan brought up the rear. When everyone was under the cover of the rocks, Haruno performed a summoning technique, summoning Katsu. After the war, Tsunade gave a contract to call Sakura, and now the girl, like the Hokage, could call on her if necessary. "Help us with the treatment, Katsu," the kunoichi said quietly and touched the slug's side. The two Kage were approaching where Kabuto was hiding. They had covered a huge distance in a few hours and were now carefully watching what was happening below. "Kazekage, look! There is some group of people down there, we need to check." "Yes, you are right. Hold on, the descent will be fast." The sandy platform with two heads of villages quickly began to descend right between the rocks where the people were. These people turned out to be former prisoners of Kabuto, who were saved by Sakura, Conan and Sai. "Hello, Sakura," the girl looked at the arrivals in surprise and slightly bowed her head. "We have come to help in the destruction of Kabuto." "Who are these people?" "Prisoners of Kabuto," Haruno answered, returning to treating the little girl's wound. "We saved them, but many need serious help." "And where?" "Take it, Uzumaki and Kakashi." The Raikage decided to intervene. "He and Itachi get to Kabuto himself," Sakura responded, moving on to the next patient. "Wait a minute, what kind of Itachi is this? I only knew one person with this name," the Raikage interrupted the girl, since this name was specific, and its known owner was dead. "Yes, Mr. Raikage, you thought about that person. The friend Naruto was talking about is Uchiha Itachi. Don't ask how he survived, I still can't believe it myself. Ask Naruto later, okay?" She raised her head, making it clear that conversation on this topic was useless. "Where is Naruto?" Gaara was, as always, calm and restrained even in such a difficult situation. Now he was worried about where his friend was and how to get there. As Sakura already said, we split up, they went to the lower levels. Naruto felt Kabuto's presence right there. Sai didn't have time to finish when the sound of an explosion was heard. The wave lifted the girl's hair and pushed the weak captives to the ground. Turning to the source of the sound, everyone noticed a huge column of smoke coming from underground. I believe it was Uzumaki. Only he can fight with such a roar. Conan also looked at the column of smoke and, knowing her friend, was sure of his involvement in this. "Kazekage, I think we should go there," said the Raikage, and Gaara directed the sand in the direction where his friend could be. 10 minutes earlier, Naruto, Itachi and Kakashi carefully descended to the lower levels in search of Kabuto. On the way down, they met only two guards, who were eliminated by Itachi and Naruto without any problems or noise. The situation was the same as in all other places of this refuge, terrifying and depressing. Death was felt everywhere. However, the strangest thing was that they had not yet encountered a single trap. The shinobi had a feeling of an obvious trap. The guys moved with extreme caution, but at the same time quite quickly. Still, two owners of the Sharingan and the Uzumaki's sensory abilities gave a great advantage, but they were not going to underestimate Kabuto. In the past, he was able to cope with both advantages, and what he was capable of now was even scary to imagine. It was reassuring that the Konoha shinobi also became stronger. "Naruto, how far is Kabuto from us?" Kakashi, without turning around, quietly asked the former student, while simultaneously keeping the leading edge of the front under close attention. Now the copy ninja was extremely composed. The last time he felt this way was when he was looking for Naruto on the battlefield during the war. "He is one level below us, and slightly ahead. After about 20 meters there will be a staircase to the desired level. Only there is something not very clear there, as if Kabuto is accumulating chakra for something. You need to be careful. Apparently he knows about us," Itachi responded quietly, covering the rear. The last of the Uchiha clan was also extremely collected and focused. The genius of the disappeared clan had not participated in battles for several years, only training occasionally. But as soon as he entered the territory of Kabuto's refuge, all his fighting skills were quickly remembered, but Itachi decided not to relax, because Yakushi was able to kill Sasuke. The shinobi were approaching the entrance to the shelter in a couple of minutes. After checking for traps, they abruptly burst into a large hall, shaped like a hemisphere. "Naruto. So that's who broke into my shelter." "That's what I thought. But I must admit, I didn't expect to see Kakashi and Itachi here. I thought that the last of the Uchiha was hiding in the rain and didn't stick his nose out further than the house. So what do you need here?" Kabuto stood and smiled maliciously. During the time that Naruto did not see him, he began to look even more like a snake. Instead of skin there were snake scales, instead of a regular tongue there was a snake tongue. Damn, so he knew about me. Where from? Itachi was extremely surprised that Kabuto knew that he was alive. "You bastard. So you were waiting for us. If so, then you should know that we are here to finish you off once and for all." "Not strong enough. Young man. I have become many times more powerful. And now no one is stopping me from seizing power throughout the world. I will rule this world forever." Yakushi laughed like a madman, but was rudely interrupted by Naruto. "Shut your mouth, bastard, me and my friends will tear you into small pieces. And then we'll smash everything here to the pits, including this Astal sword. So you know about him? Well then I have no choice. You will die." Chakra began to come out of it and shrink, taking the shape of a ball. The amount of chakra increased, and the ball contracted and began to glow. "Kakashi is sensei. Itachi. Come closer immediately. He wants to blow us up." Uzumaki had not yet finished, and the owners of the Sharingan were already standing nearby. They perfectly understood what was happening and did not hesitate. The next moment there was a terrible explosion, the roof of the dome was simply blown off. And now there was a huge hole gaping there, and huge cracks appeared along the walls. However, in the place where the Konokovites were, a hemisphere of very dense and concentrated wind chakra was spinning madly. "Naruto, if I'm not mistaken, this is your technique. Bastion, isn't it?" Kakashi stared at the chakra wall that had just protected them from a devastating explosion. "You're right, sensei, with its help I can protect 5 or 6 people if they stand close." Kabuto meanwhile watched all this. "Not bad, Naruto-kun, very good. Well, then I'll instruct others to kill you. Enjoy." Yakushi made seals that were painfully familiar to the blonde. He saw them in the war. Dark resurrection technique. 2 sarcophagi emerged from the ground, shrouded in a cloud of dust. And Kabuto himself, meanwhile, disappeared into the doorway. "Kakashi is sensei, Itachi. Follow him, I'll sort it out." Kakashi and Itachi nodded silently and disappeared through the doorway, chasing the fugitive. A moment later, the sarcophagi opened, and those who were in them appeared before Naruto. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, he didn't want to believe them. Tears began to well up in his eyes, but he held them back. No! It can't be. Not you. Kabuto, damn you. Kakashi and Itachi ran through a narrow tunnel with low arches. The pursuit of Kabuto continued. However, two shinobi, owners of the legendary Sharingan, could not only keep up with Yakushi, even keep up the pace with which he moved. It was too fast for them. The two former ANBU of the Hidden Leaf were simply unable to catch up with the enemy. But Itachi and Kakashi were able to track the direction of his movement, and therefore followed the trail of a man who surpassed Orochimaru in his inhuman experiments. The two men were focused on pursuing their goal, but couldn't help but think about what, or rather who, Naruto had to face. Kakashi-san, do you think he can handle it? Kabuto is an incredibly cunning opponent, the Uchiha said thoughtfully, out of breath from running. Naruto will be able to overcome whatever awaits him, he will find a way to do it. He always manages, the copy ninja believed in the blonde with all his heart. The Jonin was confident that Uzumaki could win in any situation. Then both shinobi continued to move in silence. There was simply no need for words at that moment. The sarcophagi standing in front of the blonde opened and, when the haze cleared, the blonde shouted into the void. No. It can't be. Not you. Kabuto, damn you. His eyes stung from tears, and he hastily blinked to hold them back. These he loved with all his heart. Naruto? What's happening? I'm dead. I don't understand. The gray-haired man looked at the shinobi in bewilderment, turned his head to the side and blinked a couple of times. Uzumaki? But I seem to have died. There, on the field, in your arms. Is this a dark resurrection? The pale young man looked down at Naruto with an unusually surprised look and frowned slightly. Sasuke. Perverted hermit. This can't be. Kabuto, you bastard. So we are resurrected, Uchiha. Jiraiya grinned and began to get out of the sarcophagus. How did you end up dead? Did my student really try? Yeah, I didn't think that my afterlife would be so turbulent. I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Naruto. Teacher, I want to tell you so much. And you, Sasuke, but I must defeat you and go after Kabuto. He's going to start a war. Now the blonde couldn't hold back the salty drops that poured abundantly from the Jinchuriki's eyes. Before him was his best friend, almost a brother, and a man who replaced his father. And he had to send them back, beyond the brink of life. This is the first time you called me a teacher, only Jiraiya noticed. Who won the war? I hope the world is still intact. I also want to tell you something, idiot, the Uchiha smiled, just like that time in the Valley of the End. And the next moment he attacked the blonde with his Chidori blade. A sword made from lightning chakra pierced the void. Naruto instantly left the line of attack and went behind Sasuke, but thanks to his Sharingan, the Uchiha kicked him in the chest. But this time the blonde reacted in time, he blocked the blow, flying upward. And then Jiraiya attacked, using spiked volley. Naruto decided to use his defensive technique, Bastion. In an instant, a rotating shield of wind chakra grew around the guy, which reflected the needles flying at him. About. Yes, you learned an interesting technique. I'm even prouder of you than usual. This is somewhat reminiscent of the Hyuga technique. Am I right, Naruto? Sasuke looked questioningly at his friend, whom he had been throughout his life. But he realized this only when he was dying in his arms, and it was then that he realized the stupidity of his action 3 years before. Yes, but this is not the only thing I have mastered. I have completely tamed the 9 tails, and now we will show you all our power. By the way, I became a toad hermit, even better than you were, perverted hermit." Naruto now had a smile on his face, reflecting incredible joy, like when he confessed to Sakura. The Uzumaki became covered in bright yellow chakra and took a fighting stance. The Manjikyu Sharingan began to glow in Sasuke's eyes, and Jiraiya began to switch to Sage mode. The battle promised to be incredible. Naruto started first. With lightning speed, he formed the seals and used the strongest lightning technique, Heavenly Sunder. Lightning separated from the young man and struck the stone floor. The other one flew towards Jiraiya, who was still accumulating energy. However, Uchiha got in the way of the technique and, with the help of Chidori Nagashi, was able to deflect the technique, although he received minor damage. You were able to master the element of lightning, but you are just as weak, Naruto." Sasuke remained Sasuke even after death. But the blonde was not upset at all. On the contrary, he missed it. "You are as self-confident as always, idiot." Combination. Styles of water, wind, lightning, vortex, electronic tornado. The strongest elemental technique, combining three elements, rushed towards the shinobi controlled by the summons. The stream crashed into the strongest technique of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. But since Susanoo did not have time to fully form, the brunette was thrown into the wall, but at that moment Jiraiya switched to Sage mode. "Naruto, you really have become incredibly strong. I'm proud that I taught a blockhead like you. I'm glad that I could meet you again and that I could tell you this," after which Jiraiya folded the seals, and a fiery stream rushed towards Naruto. The blonde instantly formed new seals using the circulating barrier technique. "Thank you, teacher, these are very meaningful words for me. But I have to stop you, I have to prevent the war." Demon Blade. Sword of God. Two swords created from chakra appeared in the blonde's hands. At this moment, Sasuke was able to get out of the rubble, and came closer to Jiraiya, and the next moment, Uzumaki began his attack. Demonic arrows. Swinging the demon blade, the blonde created a huge number of arrows from wind chakra, which flew towards the dead with great speed. Divine thunder. The arrows were followed by thousands of lightning bolts, destroying everything in their path, emitted by the sword of God. Sasuke defended himself with the help of Susanoo. But Jiraiya was pierced by several arrows and lightning. The young man decided to complete everything for the teacher. Wind of destruction. A tornado began to revolve around the resurrected Sannin, destroying his body. "Thank you, Naruto. Never back down." Now these are the last words the shinobi heard from the man. The guy watched the body of one of the people closest to him disappear, and smiled through his tears. However, his friend, Uchiha Sasuke, remained. "Well, moron, I'll finish this with 2 blows. And which of us is self-confident?" On the Uchiha's face there was a familiar grin, but rather kind than mockingly icy. A moment later, Naruto and the fox switched consciousnesses, and a dragon appeared around the Jinchuriki. Demonic power. Risen dragon. Kyuubi boomed and a fire dragon appeared. Kyuubi rushed towards Sasuke with his whole body. The creature crashed into Susanoo and began to burn through him. The entire room was engulfed in flames, the walls, floor and ceiling were white-hot from the heat, and soon the Uchiha's equipment could not stand it. The dragon also disappeared and the god sword appeared in Naruto's hand. And then the young man only had to repeat what he did with Jiraiya. "Bye, idiot. Become Hokage already and leave the world behind." From the last words heard from a friend, the tears disappeared and a weak smile appeared. "Goodbye, buddy." The young man stood for about a minute, watching the last traces of his friend and his teacher disappear. However, then he remembered why he had come here, and with all his speed he rushed after Kabuto, Kakashi and Itachi, who were supposed to rush on the trail of the enemy. The Uzumaki ran for several minutes through the winding and narrow tunnel, constantly scanning the entire area for the presence of chakra. "Sakura and the others are okay, thank God, he thought, recognizing the tracks. So, this is the chakra of the Raikage and Gaara, just what are they doing here? Okay, Kakashi-sensei and Itachi are about 200 meters ahead, Kabuto. Kabuto is on the lower floor, next to the sword. Here. Did not have time. Naruto, what are we going to do? Kabuto has become 4 times stronger, or even more. We just need a brilliant plan. Kyuubi was worried, very worried about this development of events. Even though he was a disembodied demon, he didn't really want to die. Yes. He knows what to do. We'll figure it out as we go. We just need to stall for time, don't we? So this is what we will do. The Jinchuriki was quickly approaching his friends and the entrance to the lower level, where the last enemy was located, eager for a new bloody war. Naruto, did you manage it? Hatake first of all inquired about the outcome of the fight. Yes. He summoned the perverted hermit and Sasuke, but I won. Come on, we need to finish this freak off. He will answer for everything. The 3 shinobi began to descend to the last level. Naruto was the first to enter the hall where Kabuto was, and the next moment the passage was blocked by a strong barrier that did not allow Itachi and Kakashi to pass, leaving them as observers. Naruto-kun, how do you like my concierges you met? I hope you enjoyed it. As you can see, we are behind an impenetrable barrier. It will only open until one of us dies. Yakushi's expression was crazier than usual. Apparently, he simply went crazy while conducting his experiments. Uzumaki was angry, but at the same time maintained inner calm, which was atypical for this guy. You're dead. I won't even leave atoms of you, and then I'll make sure that all mentions of you disappear, the Jinchuriki said furiously, becoming covered in Kyuubi's chakra, after which he created a clone. They began to put together identical seals, but the last 2 of the original and the copy were different. Ghost cloning. Separation of consciousnesses. This was a special technique in which the demon's consciousness was placed in a special clone. But the connection between them remained constant. Only now the fox could act independently, helping the blonde. After that, the sword of God appeared in the guy's hand, and the Kyuubi had the demon blade. Kabuto, in turn, took out the Astal sword from under his cloak, an absolute weapon against Jinchuriki. There were no pretentious speeches, they both just wanted to kill each other, that's all. Uzumaki and Fox were the first to act. They launched their attacks at the same time, their synchronicity was amazing. Everything was so perfect that it seemed as if their actions were an illusion, but this was because the consciousnesses of both remained tightly connected. Rising divine stream. A giant stream of air, filled with chakra, separated from the blonde's sword and rushed towards Kabuto. Crematorium. An equally huge stream of fire separated from the Kyuubi's weapon, which, mixed with Naruto's attack, intensified several times. The equipment hit the enemy and shook the entire shelter. Cracks appeared along the walls, and everything that was behind the madman preparing a new war melted. But when the flames cleared, Kabuto was unharmed. He didn't even move a millimeter, simply blocking the attack with the barrier created by the sword. Yakushi stood there and simply smiled, but something was definitely off about him. Hey Naruto, have you noticed that he's been acting strange? More precisely, it doesn't lead at all. Do you think his consciousness is already absorbing the sword? Kyuubi mentally expressed his opinion about the unusual behavior of the enemy. If this is so, then it's better for us, but have you noticed that chakra is being pulled out of us? We now have 3/4 of the full supply. If it goes like this, then in about 10 minutes we will be exhausted. Yes, then, let's hope that the sword will absorb him sooner. As a result, the young man and the demon continued to attack Kabuto for several minutes, but this did not bring any results. After that, Yakushi just grinned and waved Astal's sword. Huge lightning bolts began to revolve around him and pierced the walls. After that, they began to strike in all directions, inflicting wounds on the Jinchuriki and his demon. Even their defensive equipment did not help them. Naruto was struck by lightning and thrown violently into the wall. The base began to collapse. The blonde was thrown back towards the entrance, where Itachi and Kakashi were, who were watching this grand battle. Huge pieces began to fall off the ceiling and fall to the floor. "Fox, come back. We will use combination." The Nine-Tails didn't even argue this time, as he perfectly understood that there was only a little more than a quarter of chakra left, and Kabuto had only become stronger. "Kakashi is sensei. Itachi, keep your feet up, it's dangerous here." Naruto decided that they had nothing to do here, and it was reckless to expose them to danger. "You may need help. We can't leave you here." Kakashi was a little surprised by the young man's decision and he didn't want to leave him alone. However, he understood that he and Itachi would not be able to penetrate the barrier. "Don't put yourself at risk, you're behind the barrier anyway, and it's hard for me to think about how you are there and fight at the same time. Go to Sakura and the others, they are half a kilometer away, north of the entrance. Hurry up, the base is unstable." Now the blonde didn't look like himself. He is too serious, focused, making calculated decisions. He reminded the Jonin of his father, Minato, Jiraiya and Old Man Third at the same time. Kakashi and Itachi nodded and disappeared into the darkness of the tunnel. Having risen to a higher level, they felt powerful chakra and vibration of the floor, but did not stop. The chakra was familiar to both of them. They rose level by level, the base fell apart, they passed the rubble and after a couple of minutes found themselves on the surface. The shinobi headed straight towards where Sakura, Sai, and Konan were supposed to be. Soon they saw two heads of the village ahead, heading towards the entrance. So it's still true. Uchiha Itachi is alive? Well, Uzumaki, you are unpredictable as always. The Raikage was very, very surprised, and this did not happen often. Gaara raised his eyebrows restrainedly, not giving vent to his emotions. "Kakashi-san. Where is Naruto?" he just asked. The Jonin sighed and briefly recounted what had happened downstairs. At the same time, he looked at the figures of people who were rapidly approaching. He didn't even have to think about who it was. Sakura rushed ahead of everyone, and the first thing she said when she stopped was, "Where is he? Fox, are you ready? If I say no, will you change your mind?" Even at this tense moment, the demon could not help but sarcastically. Naruto laughed. Now he was glad of this joke, because he needed to relieve tension. They played with death and not only their own. If it is not possible to stop Kabuto, then a new war and new deaths are inevitable. Well, let's get started. Naruto began to accumulate chakra, while simultaneously adding the power of the Kyuubi to it. The air around the guy began to vibrate, then the floor began to shake. And the blonde continued to connect three chakras, his own, the fox's and natural chakra. Every cell burned with fire, a slight deviation in the balance of forces, and the pain intensified hundreds of times. But he stubbornly continued to accumulate strength for the final battle. It seemed to the blonde that he had been sitting like this for several minutes, but in fact only a couple of moments had passed, a couple of heartbeats. Kyuubi was also completely focused on control, because they could simply be torn apart. Hit. A huge amount of chakra has been accumulated. Not the limit. Hit. A bit more. Hit. All. Naruto glowed brighter than the sun. Everything around began to vibrate from the power coming out of the guy, the air became much denser and hotter. The base was already tired of shaking, but the forces were too great. Let's put an end to this. All or nothing. The blonde opened his eyes, framed by sage spots, and his entire body was covered with thick yellow chakra. Now he felt everything: Kabuto, Sakura, Kakashi, Konan, Gaara and Raikage, wounded people. The blonde saw the rotation of Kabuto's shield chakra, saw a weak point at the very top. Let's use the Rasengan. We will avenge your teacher with his own technology. The demon was filled with chakra, something he had never felt before. Naruto put his hand in front of him and began to form a sphere. When he finished, an extremely dense sphere with blue, white and yellow veins was spinning in his hand. Less than a moment passed, and the shinobi struck a vulnerable point. His speed increased significantly, and in combination with the Rasengan, the technique tore Kabuto to shreds in moments and completely destroyed the base. The walls of the hall where they fought immediately turned into fine dust. A powerful explosion occurred. The chakra released by Naruto burst out, breaking through the thickness of the earth, and it began to shake violently, crack, breaking out huge layers. This made a terrible noise. After this, the chakra stopped scattering and began to concentrate and heat up, thereby heating up the earthen walls that were once Kabuto's refuge. But soon this terrifying power disappeared, evaporated. All that remained were traces of destruction and a blonde man glowing from the same chakra. A few minutes later Naruto woke up in the charred remains of the base. Kabuto was defeated, and the sword lay a couple of meters from the guy. Fox, are we alive, or is this because we are in the next world? Alive, after death it can't be so lousy. Listen, I have an idea. Don't even think about it, Uzumaki. It's a bad idea to use that thing. Come on, we'll use it and destroy it. The Uzumaki somehow rose to his feet and approached the sword on wobbly legs. Kokovets felt terribly lousy, his whole body hurt very much. The consequences of combining the regimes did not pass without a trace. He has little energy, Naruto, he won't be able to call on your parents. Perhaps only 2 unsealed ones, and even that is unlikely. Damn, the blonde stood silently for a couple of seconds. Wait. I have an idea. I know who we have enough energy for. Sasuke and the teacher. Maybe it will work out. But is this really what you want? The blonde shook his head in agreement and froze. Why are you standing? I forgot how Kabuto called them. You're an idiot, Uzumaki. The fox showed the guy what to do, and a minute later the sarcophagi appeared again. Naruto? Did Kabuto call us again? Is he completely sick? Even the dead Uchiha wanted to take a break from all this. Don't worry, I called you. Kabuto is dead. And I decided to make you alive. You are not the first. Revive? Both summoned were surprised in one voice. Yes, I have surprises for both of you. For you, Sasuke, too. Naruto took both of them by the arms and they began to climb up. Crap. Wait. I forgot one thing. Uzumaki went back down and approached the sword, which was lying on the floor. After this, the guy began to make seals related to 2 elements. Quantum cloud. A rapidly rotating cloud of chakra appeared around the weapon, then it began to accelerate and glow, flashes and crackling lightning began to appear there. Soon the cloud became unbearably bright, and the crackling sound intensified, but a moment later they disappeared along with the sword. This relic simply crumbled into tiny particles, and now nothing can restore it. Can you tell me more about the surprise? Have you saved someone somewhere again? Sasuke asked sarcastically, snorting mockingly. And Jiraiya just walked in silence, still digesting what was happening. The first surprise is general. I confessed my love to Sakura, and she responded in kind. The brunette was the first to break the silence. He raised his eyebrows skeptically and curled his lips into an incredulous smile. And are you still alive? This is already interesting, but before he could finish speaking, Jiraiya let out a chuckle, which grew into uncontrollable laughter. Not funny. You'll see everything for yourself. Okay, we believe. It's just unexpected, but what's the second surprise for me? The Uchiha looked at Naruto and raised his eyebrows even higher. Uzumaki smiled mysteriously at his friend and then replied. And you will see him in a couple of minutes. Naruto. Sakura, with tears in her eyes, threw herself on the blonde's neck, completely not noticing the appearance of two other resurrected shinobi. The rest of those present looked between Sasuke and Jiraiya. But the most interesting thing was to watch the silent contemplation of each other by two representatives of the Uchiha clan. They looked at each other with bright scarlet eyes, trying to find a catch, but there was none. Well, stop looking at each other already, the young man sighed, and Haruno let go of his neck, turning her gaze from Sasuke to Jiraiya with surprise and shock. I resurrected them. He had to somehow reward himself for defeating Kabuto. Over the next 20 minutes, there was a detailed account of everything that happened in the shelter, after which everyone slowly went to the Rain Village, having previously sent a report to the headquarters of the United Shinobi Army. And, having treated their wounds, everyone and even Konan, as the head of the village, went to Konoha. On the way, Naruto and Kakashi told about everything that happened after the war to the resurrected dead all the way to Konoha. A large group of shinobi, led by Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura, was quickly approaching Konoha. Walking behind were Itachi, who was warily waiting to return to the village, Sai, and Kakashi. Gaara and the Raikage slowly hovered on a sandy blanket a little away from the residents of Konoha. Konan and Jiraiya, who brought up the rear of the group, were talking almost inaudibly about the past. The rustle of leaves covered their voices, like the voices of other travelers, caressing the ears. The wind touched the skin and dirty clothes, playing with them and spinning like a carefree child. But this idyll was violated by none other than the son of the fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. So, stop, he said loudly, drowning out the whisper of the trees. People froze in surprise and reluctantly turned their heads towards him, suspecting another terrible idea. Teacher Kakashi, Gaara and Grandpa Raikage, you must go ahead of everyone. Me, Sakura and Sai are with you. The rest will hide behind. Let's arrange a surprise for Grandma. The guy planned this adventure back in Amigakure and, naturally, everyone was involved in it, even against their will. Sasuke and the Raikage resisted the most. The first was hindered by pride, the second by solidity. What are we, birthday gifts for you, huh, Naruto? Sasuke raised his eyebrows as usual and snorted. It's all without me, the Raikage drawled from above. Have pity on the old man, his legs can't walk anymore. But Uzumaki did not listen to them. The young man did not believe that the Raikage was so helpless, but dealing with the Uchiha was commonplace and even easy. That is why the shinobi soon stood up as Uzumaki suggested, under the gaze of the green eyes of Sakura, who was accustomed to such proposals. Gaara jumped off his sand platform, slid onto the Raikage's ground, and the whole company began to approach the gate. They were already waiting there, and Tsunade stood in front with her arms crossed over her chest. Something told her that Naruto had come with news. And they were not long in coming. Grandma, we're back. The blonde shouted cheerfully, raising his hand and waving it. And at the same moment, Konan appeared from behind those in front, holding her back straight. There was not a drop of fear in the eyes. Pain's henchwoman? What did she forget here? A quiet voice rang out, and others immediately began to echo it. Kunai came out of their bags, katanas glinted in the sunlight, but the Hokage raised her hand, and the shinobi behind her calmed down a little. Oh, this Uzumaki, the woman sighed and, as if nothing had happened, looked at the walking girl. But the Senju's calm evaporated as soon as Uchiha Itachi appeared from behind the Raikage as a modest figure, slightly hesitantly heading towards the gate. This isn't funny anymore. Lady Hokage, what does all this mean? Tsunade, would you be so kind as to explain what this sweet young man, whom we all thought was dead, is doing here? Mai Terumi knew how to maintain a mask of calm, but her hands trembled slightly in surprise. The faces of the elders standing to the right and left of the Senju were distorted with fear. "Good afternoon, Lady Hokage. I didn't think that I would appear in Konoha again," Itachi said politely and bowed slightly in front of the woman. "This day obviously cannot be called a good one," she said and, unable to stand it, shouted, "Naruto, just catch my eye in the next few days. You can't get out of D-rank missions." Sakura smiled. She already knew that this decision was so easy to change. Especially if she asks for its cancellation and brings a couple of bottles of sake, the passion for which has not weakened 1 gram. "Now it's your turn, Sasuke-kun," she only remarked, to which she received a cold answer. "I know without you." As soon as the Uchiha came out and stood in front of the gate, the situation escalated sharply. Traitors were not liked in Konoha, especially those who were supposed to be dead. A coldness flashed in Tsunade's brown eyes and she sighed. "Start the attack only on my order. No need for any attack." Naruto was indignant, but Haruno deftly elbowed him, getting ready for persuasion and cajoling. The smile on the guy's lips became a little dimmer. "Like old times," Sasuke remarked in the meantime. "But you don't smell like fumes, Mrs. Hokage. But unfortunately for you, I am completely real. For the rest of the information, contact this idiot." Before the Hokage had time to give the order for the attack, she did not intend to forgive the attack against anyone. The main culprit of this event spoke up. "Grandma, calm down," said Uzumaki, catching Sakura's displeased glance. "I killed Kabuto, destroyed the sword. You shouldn't kill this idiot again, you won't be able to resurrect him a second time. In general, I have a little surprise for you. Even two." Haruno just sighed doomedly and slapped her would-be lover on the head. "Are you going to tell the whole fire country about this or just that part of it that catches our eye?" The young man sighed sadly, rubbing the bruised area. "For what? Sakura?" "For all the good things," the girl responded and turned to someone unknown. "By the way, you can already leave." A familiar figure appeared from behind Sai and Kakashi, the sight of which made the Hokage's eyes tingle and his fists itch. The woman had never experienced more shock than she could remember. "Flat Tsunade, I'm back." Jiraiya walked up to her with his usual smile, and a moment later he bent over in terrible pain. The Hokage was not in the mood to stand on ceremony with him. "Jerk. Because of your death. Okay, never mind. In general, I'm glad you're back." Tears flowed down her cheeks, and Tsunade hugged her groaning friend to her chest. "And how glad I am," muttered only the Sannin. "I was so bored in the next world without beatings that I even began to suspect deviations in my psyche." After a short explanation about how it became possible to return from the other world, during which the Hyuga clan looked thoughtfully at the emerging shinobi for about 5 minutes, studying the Byakugan, and Shikamaru regretted that he did not lie down on the roof to look at the clouds, a whole series of decisions and curses followed from the Hokage. There were no casualties only thanks to the soothing whisper of the unfortunate Shizune, the tired Haruno and the terribly tired Ino. On the same day, the last heirs of the Uchiha clan had their chakra temporarily sealed and they were given a probationary period. This did not cause any resistance. Only the philosophical, "where to go?" came out of Sasuke's lips, and Itachi shrugged. But the issues were not resolved by Mrs. Hokage and her subordinates for long. Much more everyone wanted a grand celebration, which turned into a grand drinking party. Only this time it was attended by the heads of other villages and their accompanying people. Rivers of sake flowed, disappearing into the bodies of the steadfast shinobi, but not everyone could withstand the onslaught of alcohol. In the already familiar competition, who will drink more? Shikamaru won again, and Tsunade and Jiraiya, touched by their new successor, began to teach him all the secrets of the beautiful art of alcoholism. Naruto hid Sasuke from fans, who, despite his reputation and fortune, found the young man very, very attractive. The title of the first guy in Konoha has not disappeared from him. As if taking revenge on the Uchiha for his indifference, Sakura continually revealed the places where the brunette was hiding to his admirers and watched the fun race around the village. And you don't feel sorry? Ino looked at the food longingly, once again trying to control herself. A little, Haruno responded. But it's good for him to run. The energy has to go somewhere, right? Although. Damn, Naruto is not running alone. The blonde nodded inattentively and turned to Sai, who stood with an adamant look next to his girlfriend and shook his head. You yourself asked to forbid you from doing this. Keep your word. Well, I can't wait any longer. Well, please, I had to go to extreme measures and launch a flirtatious attack, under which the young man gave up and just waved his hand, barely nodding. Only this time. Ino immediately cheered up. Down with the diet, she said cheerfully and began to eat the cakes that Choji did not have time to swallow, who destroyed all the food within a radius of 5 meters. And then Sasuke and Naruto appeared, who had not yet noticed the contented smile of their once teammate. Damn, Orochimaru was much calmer. Sometimes it's even a pity that I killed him. The younger Uchiha sat down next to the blonde and took the first glass of sake in his hand. If you insist, then I can return it. However, he will join the squad of your admirers, Uzumaki laughed. Sakura just smiled sweetly and looked at Sasuke sympathetically. Still, it's good that they are together again. And very close by, Kiba was fighting with Lee and Neji, whom Tenten tried unsuccessfully to calm down. Night fell, but no one thought to stop the fun. As soon as some of them scattered to their corners, Jiraiya and Tsunade with a huge bottle of sake disappeared into the streets of Konoha. Naruto and Sakura disappeared at dawn, holding hands. Itachi and Sasuke went to sleep with the kind Kakashi. The moon winked mischievously at Konoha, and she rustled the leaves and waved her branches arms at the pale heavenly coin. 4 months later. The black-haired guy was sitting on a bench near the entrance to the village and waiting for his restless friend to appear. Time passed slowly, as always when waiting for some event or person. The blonde was already late out of habit, but still, when Sasuke's patience was almost at its limit, Uzumaki showed up in a cloud of smoke. Naruto, tell me why I adopted Chidori from Kakashi, and you adopted the habit of being late? The young man exhaled irritably and barely restrained himself from breathing out a stream of fire at the unlucky hero. Well, sorry. You know Sakura's character. She won't let go just like that. I had to go to the store. I see what store you were in, Sasuke noted skeptically. Ramen stains all over clothes. I could make an appointment there. Well, it's good for you to sulk, I didn't do it on purpose, the blonde remarked conciliatorily, after which he slapped himself on the forehead, remembering something. Hey, today you and Itachi were supposed to remove the seal-blocking chakra, which means that you have officially become a shinobi again. Just don't shout about it. I'm now again among the shinobi, Itachi and I have proven that we are not dangerous. Lady Hokage made sure that the charges against Itachi were dropped. Allegedly, Madara is to blame for everything, and Itachi was sent to Akatsuki as a spy. Well, I was under the influence of genjutsu. The version is SOSO, but better than nothing. Congratulations. Wait, why would Madara use an illusion to make you go to Orochimaru? The blonde looked at his friend incomprehensibly, who, in turn, only shook his head doomedly. By the way, Tsunade and Sakura finally completed their research, and yesterday Itachi and I had the Mangekyo sealed. We will be able to use it, but the descendants of our clan will never have this damned Sharingan again. Here the young man allowed himself to grin. At least they are of some use. Hey, take it easy. It would be better if you found yourself a girl. Naruto, are you on your own again? I don't need a girl. They irritate me. Come on, the guy smiled sarcastically and insidiously began to talk frequently. He would say that you can't have one or are afraid. Even Itachi has had a fiancé for a long time. It was not for nothing that people were reluctant to trust the secrets of Uzumaki Naruto. He gave them out completely by accident, without even realizing that he was telling secrets. And when he realized this, it was already too late. What? Who is this with? Come on, you idiot, otherwise I'll talk to Sakura, and you'll live in disabled mode. Sasuke's tone did not bode well. Scarlet pupils flashed in his eyes, the mere sight of which made Naruto shudder. Just be quiet, understand? He's dating Shizune. With whom? The shinobi rolled his eyes and blurted out indignantly. You don't know Shizune? She's Granny's assistant, remember? Sasuke closed his eyes, conjuring up the image of the Hokage and her entourage in his head. Tsunade herself and her students, who had spoiled a lot of blood for him in childhood, were easily remembered, but a tall, pretty girl with brown hair emerged from the depths of his memory only a few minutes later. Damn it! Itachi, I will kill you. You know, last time the words, Itachi I will kill you. They didn't bring you to any good, Uzumaki remarked philosophically and raised his index finger importantly. Besides, I know one wonderful and beautiful girl. She's smart, funny, and knows you pretty well. I can introduce you. And don't even try to refuse. You don't want to lose to Itachi, do you? Uchiha Sasuke Naruto knew how to put pressure on the necessary levers. Rich life experience, what can I say? Beautiful and wonderful, you say? The young man drawled thoughtfully. And what is her name? Kelly. After that Uzumaki smiled extremely mysteriously, and took his friend to Ichiraku. This is where the story ended.